When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headlines smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
My thoughts on the PWR 100th episode, The Great and the Ugly, coming up. Going free lesson of the day, Antiwhitism in family, friends, and acquaintances. How to spot it and what to do. MP of the day, when anti-whites use the MPs like gingers are sickly or blondes are dumb or white skin is inferior, we will address with the delicacy of a Rottweiler on bath salts. Naderific will be with us discussing his recent FAQs and the outreach team's colossal successes changing the world. A Wonderful Woman's video, Self-Hate to Self-Love, we will watch, I will unpack. And some news, we were in the Santa Cruz Sentinel. I'll read the article and we will celebrate. BBS has become BIBS. Find out why. You'll laugh your donkey off. Courtesy of splendiferously talented Groundhog Fury. Someone has carved me and Mr. George into a mountain. Wait to see this. Your comments, questions, calls, and to annoy the heck out of some, me in statue form on your screen with the light of the Creator beaming down upon me as some sort of divine blessing, or perhaps alien abduction. Adult children in the room who may be listening with their parents or guardians, why is it that blind people skydive so very often? Well, it's because it scares the crap out of their dogs. And we are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. If there's any issue with the mic or the picture, or maybe just me on the screen, let me know, and I will do my best to address those things. It's great to see all of you feeling magnificently today, and I hope and expect you all are as well, because we are the community that is filled with joy, love, and a spring in our step during this vernal days of spring and the vernal weather outside the window here. You know what? I downloaded a photograph of the gorgeous sky here in the once great state of Northern Virginia, and perhaps I will share that with you as we move through the gathering here today. It's wonderful to see you all, and I will be taking a look at first obeying Grayman the Gray. I think it was he who said, wonderful to see you all. Entropy, someone did. It should have been up and running. That, of course, is mea culpa. If you would like to financially gift here during the course of the gathering, please do so on Cash App, which is free to you and to me to use. You'll find that in the description below. You can also use Entropy, which is now up and running at a cost of 15% to you. That money is going to the wonderful people who run Entropy and keep freedom of speech alive. And thank you for that. If you have a question or comment over the course of the gathering today, to save time, I'm going to reserve answering questions that require more than a sentence or a single word to answer. I'm going to be reserving those for those who are financially gifting. So you either have to learn how to ask a question, so to construct it in such a way or make a statement that I can answer it in a pithy way, or you have to financially gift so that we can tighten the shows up, continue tightening them up. Don't forget that you can financially gift with cryptocurrency as well. And you can go over to nowhiteguilt.org. Financial gifts, I think, is the, or financially gifting is the tab at the top. You click on that, you'll find the different addresses, as well as a snail mail address you can use to reach out to me with letters or financial gifts. Ethereum and Bitcoin right now, it takes very little to do a great deal of good. So just pointing that out to those out there who might be hoarding a bit. Both of those are on the rise and have been so for quite a little while. Let's jump right into our gathering today. And the first thing I want to do is I want to reach over to my phone because I want to acknowledge an anonymous gifter. And right after I do that, we are going to get into, and it looks like we received an anonymous gift last week of $81. So whoever you are, thank you so very much. We won't say more than that. Thank you so very much. Let's get a massive round of raucous emojis for that magnificent hero to white well-being who financially gifted last week anonymously $81. Thank you so very much. Big raucous round of applause for that champion starting off the gathering today here beautifully. It would be great if we could always start a gathering with an anonymous gift like that. And that's, I think, how I will note it moving forward. If there is an anonymous gift during the stream, during the gathering, and I don't get to it because I can't get to those during the gathering, then I will speak to it at the very beginning of the subsequent stream. So thank you very much. $81 to the Anon. Thank you all very much for those raucous emojis for that champion who is doing what he or she, we will not say, can do by way of that financial gift. Let's jump right into, because we got quite a few things to get through over the next 4 hours, and I want to make sure we cover them all. This past PWR was the 100th episode. It was a 4-hour show. We had 31 guests, nearly 5,000 people watching live. So definitely on the rise to the deep chagrin of the anti-whites. You must know that that is very vexatious to them. I started on working with Mark on Tutar back on April 4, 2018. So it's been over 150 episodes with Mark. So it's 200 total. And it was the 100th of PWR. And I've been with him for over 150 at this point. So it's been a great run so far. And we have like anybody working together. And I think Mark and I is a great example. You're never going to have people that come together who have all of the exact same ideas, who have all of the exact same objectives. But in my private conversations with Mark, he has the same or morality that is so close to what I have relative to other people's and our own people and how we would treat them in those private conversations, that I'm able to work with him and have no issue with our differences otherwise. So it has been a great time. Mark's a great guy, and we have brought a lot of good to people's lives. Being able to come on PWR weekly and Tutar before that, and to be able to share Going Free with so many people, and it has done good for so many people, has been a real blessing. And simultaneously, Mark and all of the work they do for PA for other folks has been doing so much good for them. So it's a win-win, both sides of the Atlantic here in this fellowship, in this joint venture, this joint work. And I'm very proud to be able to work on it with Mark and everyone else who has participated either in the forefront or behind the scenes. So let me take a quick look at my notes and make sure that I didn't miss anything that I wanted to mention just about that. It was a fantastic show. If you didn't watch it, then please do go check it out. It is over on Mark's BitChute channel. And I don't know, perhaps if somebody can fill me in, maybe put it into the question widget if they know. Odyssey has extended streamer privileges to how many? What is it, 50 or 500 or how many was it? And I was not one of them. Probably, I hope it doesn't end up like D Live where I don't end up getting any privileges, but we'll see. But Mark does. And I didn't see the stream. So I don't know if it's like a certain length, they go beyond a certain length that won't get posted. I know that none of these are posted on my Odyssey. And I've been with LBRY for years now. And but when I do, I go free, whether it's 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, they don't end up showing up over. They're supposed to automatically transfer. So it might be a time limit thing, but you can find it on Mark's BitChute. So do check it out if you have a chance, an opportunity to do so. 31 different guests. You're bound to find somebody that you enjoy. So I do have to speak to, I said the good and the ugly. And I just got that from the movie Good, Bad, and Ugly. I do have to speak to the fact that some of the people who appeared on that magnificent celebration, some of the people came on there and they spoke very specifically about other groups of human beings, focusing on those other groups of human beings in a negative way. They came on, they also, some of them they play the villain in various forms. And don't forget also, it seems to have a little bit of a narrowing of sight here, that playing the villain is not only being an ant-nat. There are varieties in the anti-white narrative of the pagan villain. There are varieties of the Christian villain. There are several different varieties of character in the anti-white narrative that unfortunately our people end up picking up when we don't get to them. And so be aware of that. So I do want to point out that for all of you, so that you know, appearing on PWR and people coming on, guests who come on or who have appeared on PWR, who are ant-nats or who are whatever, they're playing the villain in various ways. That is not me sanctioning this behavior. That is not me saying it's okay to behave this way. I am, the way I view, and I know the way that Mark views what he does is similar, is that this is how I viewed myself all along. I'm going to people who I know care in some way, who are sympathetics to Western kind, and I'm offering them what I believe to be, and what I believe the evidence, and we all can, I think, believe the evidence to be overwhelming, that this works. Practice of going free works, and I want to help people. This is a movement of redemption, and it has always been so. So I want to help people out of these villainy roles. And so that's what I'm doing. The fact that I'm there is not me agreeing with or sanctioning or condoning focusing on other groups of human beings. It's not me condoning or agreeing with behaving like a villain of any type, including the ant-nats when they appear. I believe that those, and we've talked about it at length, but it's important since we just had this big celebration and we're going to be moving forward, that focusing on human beings, on groups of human beings as wrong or bad because of their immutable characteristics is one of the most immoral things that you can possibly do. It is the exact thing that we don't want done to us. So no one is bad, no one is good, no one is moral, no one is immoral because of their immutable characteristics. Again, the fact that I appear on PWR and other people appear where they think that that's the case, where they think that other people are born bad or whatever, and there might be an exception here and an exception there. I think that is an absolutely immoral position. In fact, I think it's despicable and totally unacceptable. And it also doesn't comport with what I believe and what I believe the evidence shows and what we're doing here with a vehicle and engine that will take us to the recapture of our destiny as a people. It will keep us in these like ghettoized, fringe environments where we are inundated with those types of people. Every one of them, having gone bad, have the opportunity to go good. And like I say, on PWR, again, it's a win-win because the organization Patriotic Alternative does a great deal of good. Mark gives out his private phone number to people in need of help. So he does a lot of things that I think that don't otherwise agree with what one might expect of somebody who is just playing the villain role. And again, we've had private conversations, and there sometimes there can be a public and more of a private face, and so I'll just leave it at that. So I'm not endorsing the sentiments or positions of any of those people. And specifically, I've got to keep moving right along here. I have to speak to my good friend at the very beginning of PWR, Dr. Patrick Slattery. Everyone knows that I was with the good doctor on January 6th, Patriots Day, when the American patriot, lost his innocence. That's what happened on Patriot Day. That's what I was there. There was no, and just so you know, how can I say, if you're watching, let me know if I can say what we know about what the intelligence community is doing right now, as far as what we last discussed about the intelligence community in January 6th. Let me know if I can share that. Anyhow, at the very beginning of the celebration, I had a lot of background things to do for the show. I was talking with people, and I was sending out the links for the show. I was to the guests I was responsible for. I was talking to people in the live chat. I was handling what looked to be issues with the stream. And Patrick came on, and he began sharing, or he shared a character. He's got a script apparently that he does. He's got a script that he has on his show, a new skit of sorts, where he behaves as some sort of Archie Bunker type of character, and I had no idea about this. And in the middle of the conversation that he was having with Mark, he said something that, while I was focusing on something else, I had no idea what it was. And I was trying to do what I was doing and figure out what Patrick was talking about. And I thought he was talking about a divot in an armor, or metaphorical armor, or something of this nature. And at first, and then it began to slowly dawn on me. Or actually, I should say slowly. It probably was like this fast, but it dawned on me that he was actually using a slur that I thought there's no way he could be using a slur. It was a slur that I've heard used in the DC metro area, used by some black teenagers when I was a teenager. And they would talk about with their basketball that they were going to go shoot hoops. But as some of you may know, when the court is outside, a net made out of synthetic material rots away, and then you have no net. So very often they will hang chain there instead. And it works just as well, but it makes a very different clanking noise when the basketball goes through it rather than that swoosh noise. So some of these individuals, instead of saying they were going to go shoot hoops, they would say they were going to go shoot and then this word. And for them, it was really funny. And it was supposed to represent the entire Asian community, and at the same time represent the sound of the chain on the basketball hoop. I'm not going to speak for what they were thinking about beyond that or not. For them, it might have just been satire that they thought was great, and I thought was pretty disgusting. But then I realized, after he finally said the name of the specific people, that he was using a slur that I had not heard used since elementary school. And it was in movies of Korean War veterans talking about these specific group of Asian people. And I absolutely, that sort of satire, I don't find funny at all. I think it is disgusting. And Patrick is a great guy. He never spoke with me that way in private. He never used any sort of focus on any other group of human beings with me. Perhaps he maybe this is just the skit, and it seemed like once he went into the role of the character, then he was in the role of the character, and he wasn't coming back to Patrick Slattery. And as you know, people had like anywhere between 8 and 12 minutes, and so he was gone, and we were on to the next guest. So just wanted to make sure that I speak to the fact that I abhor focusing on other groups of human beings, and do not tolerate racial slurs for any groups of people. I don't think it's a normal thing to be doing. We need to be focused on us and improving who we are. And I can certainly understand when anyone is in the midst of being victimized or something, and then they use an identifier that otherwise they wouldn't use. I can understand that. But this was part of a skit and satire that it appeals to his audience. It definitely does not appeal to me. I won't be looking up the skit anytime soon. But I feel, from what I know about Patrick, that this is a character that he's playing, a satire I don't agree with, but a character that he's playing rather than a depiction of who and what he actually is. So I wanted to make sure that was known as well. Let's see, what else did I have here? I will be, and here's my comment on what's going to happen with, many of you already know this, but for the rest of you who do not know, and I've got to pick up the pace, when it comes to PWR, I will not, and this is because content creators, thought leaders, organizational leaders, they've all already heard about Jason Köhne going free. They know about the success that we're having, that you're having, that the outreach teams, that they know all about it. They have no interest in it for whatever reasons. Who cares? Maybe their ways are, we'll find out. They haven't been working all along, but suddenly they're going to start working and they will go to the moon and the stars beyond. Whatever it is, they're not going to be converted. Whatever it is, they're not going to come over. Whatever it is, they're not going to modify what they're doing by way or as a consequence of the success that we're having in going free and the lexicon and the dialectics that we use. And since that's the case, and on top of that, there is now this Biden-induced derangement or induced bipolar syndrome. Now, since we have this affecting us. All right, I see, Nate. I got your message though, so you'll still be up when we're ready. I did just get the message also that I can mention very quickly that the intelligence community right now is looking back in time for people who had comments right now, for people who are making comments now about January 6th, Patriots Day, when the patriot lost his innocence. They're looking at comments being made now and backward in time to make cases for planning a insurrection. You will go to jail for your entire life. So Patrick referred to it in, it might have been in the Archie Bunker character that he was doing, as an Occupy. There was no Occupy. We never talked about any Occupy. We went there to listen to Donald Trump give his speech, and then to walk to the Capitol and stream and present the message to all of our communities so that they knew what was going on. And I had numerous live streams of my position where I was, and you could see the people way off. I never got even on the lawn. So there was no planning. So it was Patriots Day and not an Occupy anything. There was no plan. There was no scheme. There was no spur of the moment. It was merely there to hear the speech and then to go march down to the Capitol and report this news to our communities. So back to PWR. When people are going to appear, when guests are going to appear on PWR that either play the villain role or are, firmly focused on some other group of human beings, they are living as a character in their stories. I will not be appearing on PWR then. The reason why, or the twofold reasons, is that, and thank you for getting back to me about the intelligence community. The reason why is that, number one, these people, they know all about me. They're not going to go free. They have no interest in the lexicon dialectics. Okay. The second reason is this Biden-induced bipolar syndrome is driving people crazy, and they're either quitting and dropping out, or they're going down the radicalization path by way of the metric of these different villain roles. And so therefore, these leaders and these people who focus on other communities, etc., they are in the ascendancy. They are seeing their numbers swell with individuals who are who think that we're almost out of time, and we talked about it last week. So look there. A concomitant of that is that they are viciously slandering and destroying reputations, and in some cases, the leadership is encouraging it with mockery and etc. And they are, as a consequence, changing minds. They are changing people's minds about me, about going free, and all of the work, all of the decades of effort doesn't matter for these people at this time. So I will not be appearing on PWR. I guess it will be probably Laura or someone else. When it's going to be somebody who plays the villain role, who is the guest, or it is going to be somebody who focuses monomaniacally on some other group of human beings and is a character in those people's stories. I wrote back to one of these villains. The last thing I'll say on this, I wrote to this is one of the individuals who's doing all that he or she can to destroy me and my reputation, and therefore and therefore going free and the good works that we can do. I wrote back to that individual, I feel sorry for you. You have demonstrated that you have no character, and that speaks volumes about the failure of your parents and your genetics. Whether you hate me or not, we who are engaged in the practice of going free have done and are doing incalculable good for Westman, keeping folks out of jail, improving physical, mental, and spiritual health, getting folks in shape, getting people onto the path of home ownership, singles getting married in service to white well-being, couples having babies, inoculating white children against the child abuse of anti-whiteism, getting people off illegal and legal drugs, including alcohol, providing people a worldview in which they are the heroes, not to mention spreading an empowering lexicon to other spheres, empowering our people. And we have even saved 8 lives so far from suicide. And there is a 9th. When he's brave enough to come forward, we'll count him and share his testimonial here in the live chats. Half of those who have gotten off the path to suicide are from the UK. Your prodigious efforts to destroy all of the good life-saving work that we are doing here reveal that you are a Papa Oscar Sierra. May everyone know you for this fact, and may this fact haunt you for the rest of your life. Let's get into the Going Free lesson of the day. Your questions and comments and financial gifts I'll address in the segment after we have Naderific with us. Anti-whiteism in family, friendships, and acquaintances. This is page 68 in the second edition, iteration 1 of Go Free. Even our personal relationships, from casual to intimate, are fraught with anti-whiteism. The same kinds of social lynching used against Westmen who do not perfectly comply with the anti-white narrative are perpetuated within families, friendships, and social networks. Let me get an amen from all of you out there who have suffered as a consequence of that in those different networks. Often, those who are closest to demand anti-white, those we are closest to demand anti-white conformity and victimize deviation from the anti-white narrative. Likewise, many of our personal relationships and social networks require anti-white villainy signaling. I shouldn't do this. It's virtue signaling. It's villainy signaling as a form of social payment. Even our most intimate and meaningful relationships are severed by whites who are so infected with MPs that they would rather destroy such relationships, marriages, families with children, than deviate from anti-whiteism. How many of you all have suffered from that? I think just about everybody has. This is an enormous suffering that the story is not being told anywhere because our right of self-expression is denied to us. It is absolutely denied to us by the anti-whites. Express yourself and what's happening to you in painting, in poetry, in anecdotes. And if it doesn't conform, if it contradicts anti-whiteism, then you're going to be fired, demoted, you're going to be victimized, you're going to be belittled, you're going to be attacked. It's endless by the anti-whites. Talk about a cult, ladies and gentlemen. You may not deviate from their anti-white ideology. If you do, then they are going to victimize you. What are the following, or what follows, are a representative handful of anti-white festering wounds on our personal relationships. Let me get a hoo-yah or amen in the chat if you hear one of these that resonate with you. The parents who demand anti-white conformity from their children and punish deviation. The acquaintances who villainy signal homage to anti-whiteism and demand that you do the same. I mean, how do you like that with an acquaintance? Somebody you're not even friends with, and they're like, you better villainy signal as well, or there's going to be trouble. Well, you can just get rid of that person now. The sooner, the better. Let me just move some of this paperwork out of the way so that we can only have in front of us what we need. The friends who look for anti-white signaling as a prerequisite for friendship. I just heard a story not long ago from somebody who had that exact scenario. And I've heard it so many times over, especially from younger women. They say, well, my group of friends, they demand that I behave like an anti-white. They demand that I say the anti-white catchphrases, the MPs. They demand that I feel sympathy, that I shed tears if I am not for these anti-white stories. And if I don't, then they will curse me with these anti-white slurs. How about as a parallel right now across the news, the regime's news, the anti-white news, they're talking about this story about a mother and a son who was deported to Mexico. They were Ecuador. What country was it that they were from? Is it Ecuador? Anyhow, they were deported and then supposedly kidnapped, ostensibly kidnapped, and there was a ransom, and then they paid and they got the son back or something, but the mother's not back. Well, why are the anti-whites talking? What is the actual story here? What is the effect that it would have on that little group of young women, older women, middle-aged women, whatever it is? And they're talking about what? The little boy and the mother, and they're instantly going, because they're white women, they're instantly going to see themselves in the exact same scenario, and as though it's actually happening. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Ask CNN. But they're instantly going to see themselves. This is the mispretexting. Remember, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized. This is the sentimentalization that so often manipulates our women into undermining our families, our men, our society, and then causing these long-term consequences that we are now suffering as a consequence. So what's the actual story? Well, of course, you see the people on the mainstream, the regime's news, those who are the controlled opposition. They are, or if there's such a thing exists, who knows? But they're busily out there talking about, well, this is Biden's fault, that it just accepting all of the premises. Remember, if you accept the premises in the anti-white narrative, you always lose. You always lose. As an aside to the aside, because we can do that, we're bright enough to do that here on Going Free, bright community, top of the top, best of the best. The only reason the anti-whites are talking about this now, whether it happened or whether it didn't happen, is because they know they can put their finger in the air and sense how many Americans, both white and non-white, are getting angry about a very porous, or maybe it's not so porous, who knows, whatever CNN says it is, border. And they're becoming angry, they're becoming upset, they're becoming frightened, they're wondering what they need to do, they're wondering about revoking their loyalties from these different institutions, the alma mater, the business, the government, the state, the federal government, whatever it might be, the military. What are they going to do? Border, we're seeing these numbers come across, and you can look at them for yourselves. And when numbers are, as you know, the numbers, the further you go along the train, the larger the numbers get. And you can see that the numbers that they're showing for those who are border crossers are much, much higher on that train of numbers than you have found elsewhere. But of course, that's CNN. And so anti-whites needed a story, didn't they? They needed a story that would mispretext. Well, it's got to be this way. Stop thinking about the fact that the border is open. Stop thinking about the fact that Democrats are bringing so many people in. Stop thinking about that. Think instead about this one mother and this one little boy and their abduction. Well, of course, the media, the conservatives, and now I discovered people even on social media are talking about, well, isn't this interesting how, and this is not me saying this, I'm telling you what others are saying. They're saying, isn't this interesting? There is no program for instantaneous deportation. So how did she, this is what they're saying, not what I'm saying. How did she and her son come across? And first of all, a mother with a child, a little boy, why would they, especially under Biden, they weren't even kicked out under Trump. I mean, why would they be kicked out? So that's something that's a little curious, isn't it, in the story? So this is what they're talking about. And then they're talking about, well, why weren't, if they were deported, even if the program doesn't exist for instantaneous deportation, why weren't they sent back to their country of origin? El Salvador, whatever it was. What was it? What was the country? Somebody knows. And instead, they're just dumped in Mexico. And Wow, that doesn't seem copacetic either. That seems a little bizarre. The story doesn't seem quite right there. This is what they're talking about. That is not the story. If you're going free, you know that that's not the story. The story is, why are you anti-whites using mispretexting, MIS acronym, moralize, intellectualize, sentimentalize pretext to arrive at anti-white conclusions to victimize me and my people? There are, every second of every single day on planet Earth, thousands and tens of thousands of people suffering victimization much worse than this woman and her son. So plucking this one out and putting it and writing it in the sky for everybody to see is clearly meant to do one thing, and that is to victimize me and my people. That's all it's meant to do. So why, anti-white, are you doing that? That is the story. That is the angle of your conversation. You don't talk about whether or not this happened for God's sake. You don't also say that it's justified, or she made the journey, or whatever. You don't talk about any of that stuff. Why is the anti-white mispretexting? That is the story. Let's get back. How does this affect the group, though? Because we can do this. We can have an aside and an aside, and we can follow it back to where we started. How does that affect that group of girls? When they hear about the mother and she's abducted by the drug lords, and they got the little boy, he's probably crying, I would imagine. She's probably crying. They're probably drug lords. They're not known for treating people well. There's probably gang rape, and who knows? I mean, maybe the child even is being subjected to some horrible treatment that is analogous. Who knows? These little girls, these little white girls, they're going to be able to, middle-aged white girls, older white girls, they're going to be able to come to that same conclusion. And then they're going to say, well, no more. Let's just get rid of that border in toto. And then and it's going to be some men too. We're talking about a bell curve, of course, but we're talking about the young girls, the ones that we hear from all the time, that this peer pressure, I don't hear that from the guys as much. The guys just say, yeah, the other guys that I'm friends with, they won't, they're pretty anti-white. They won't hear me out. So I'm leaving. Screw them. I'm going to go get another group of friends. I don't hear them saying, I need to be just like the group. That's what I hear especially from the young women. You got to do the same thing. If you can't help your friends go free, you've got to go free of them. The friends who look at you, that's what we just read, the girlfriend or boyfriend who blames and shames for deviation from anti-whiteism. The girlfriend or boyfriend who blames and shames for deviation from anti-whiteism. And again, it is anti-whiteism, not anti-whiteness. Never say that. Never say it. Bite your tongue off. It'll grow back, some of it. I've bitten the end of mine off, and it grew back while playing football. A collision, maybe I'll tell you about one of these days, bled copiously. And bite your tongue off if you say anti-whiteness. We'll talk about that later with that story that's about us where we are celebrated, but we'll go back to it. The girlfriend or boyfriend who blames and shames for deviation from anti-whiteism. Give me an amen or a hoorah if that was you. The priggish mother-in-law who condescendingly pontificates meme pathogens at the dinner table. Have you had to endure that prig that everybody is afraid of because women dominate Western civilization? And you just have to hear her, and she gets the final say. And if she doesn't like something, then you just see her suddenly sit all erect, and it's everybody goes, oh God, what can we do to make it better? Well, you make it better by throwing a bucket of cold water on her. That's how you get dogs to stop fighting, and also how you correct priggish mother-in-laws. The aloof father-in-law who snubs you because of your lack of anti-white belief. Let me hear that's me if you had to deal with that kind of father-in-law. Need you to be the anti-white, especially repulsive coming from a male. Especially you ask him where his gelding was done. The sister-in-law or brother-in-law who brings a non-white date to family functions, stifling discussion that might be construed as offensive by a hypersensitive anti-white non-white person. So many of us out there today have had that. I've heard so many tales. Can't say anything. unless it's anti-white, because cis or brother or whatever it is brings the non-white, anti-white spouse. Now, a non-white spouse that has decided to go white positive and serve white well-being, that's fantastic. And we applaud that in every respect. The daughter or son who, after a lifetime of MPs, turns against his or her parents and people. You know who that happens to? Everybody out there who's thinking, well, my old traditions, that'll keep my kids right. My old Christianity, my old Catholicism, my old pagan ways, that'll keep my kids right. If I just get them away from the TV or whatever, it'll make it everything okay. Or if they just do some of these ceremonies, everything will be okay. Well, it's not going to be okay. If you haven't noticed, our numbers are rapidly declining. When I say our numbers, those of us who hold traditional values. You had a rabidly traditional United States, and you could do this across the entire West. I've seen those videos in the UK when they interviewed white women like back in the 40s and 50s and asked them about, what do you think about all these anti-whites? And they were like, no, absolutely not. Destroy the family. And look at what happened. So if tradition, if Catholicism, if Christianity, if pagan ideas, if whatever, if that was enough, then you wouldn't have where we are today. You're not going to be able to get far enough and get traditional enough to do what wasn't done when the whole country was traditional and religious. So get right with the psychological defense to the psychological warfare that's waged against you and your children, or they're going to grow up hating you and your husband, or you and your wife, and you know it's true down in your bones. You know it's true. The neighbors and colleagues who expect you to grovel or pander to non-whites. That's one of the grossest things, of course. And then you have that disgusting paternalism that we never do. When non-white people come to white well-being, we regard them with genuine honor, dignity, and gratitude. We do not paternalistically pat them on the head like conservatives and Republicans. It is disgusting behavior. Never engage in it. Those who are going free, never engage in it. The online trolls who mock the suffering of Western kind, deny white erasure, and harass you for dissenting from anti-whitism. Anti-whitism in family, friends, and acquaintances, that is just a handful of the ways that you come across anti-whitism in your life, in those parts of your life. And you all have more. Do share those with the community. And how do you handle it? Well, you follow the tools in Going Free, and they will take you to the destination that you seek, that we all seek for you, and therefore for every one of us. That's why we do this. Jump down to the MP of the day, and we are going to be watching a video later today of a lovely woman. She's a wonderful woman, has a wonderful husband, wonderful children, and they have been in the community Going Free for a little while now. Very active, absolutely turned on a dime in their lives. And we're going to be sharing that. That's the video that I titled Self-Hate to Self-Love. You're not going to want to miss that. It's coming later in the gathering today. But this MP, or these assortment of MPs, speak directly to this the suffering that this woman experienced. So we have MPs that are like, you've heard them before, gingers or redheaded people, anti-whites will say, are sickly, or that they are unattractive. You definitely will have heard the MP that anti-whites say that blonde people happen to be dumb. They say that one all the time. And again, I'll point out, for the ear against the door, we disagree with these meme pathogens. These are ugly things that anti-whites say, not us. We reject these types of statements. And then, of course, you have the MP. You all will have heard it in numerous iterations, that white skin is somehow inferior skin. So how do you handle these MPs? Well, this is a big spectrum of MPs. And you're probably thinking of ones yourself that you have come across over the course of your life. Maybe you specifically suffered with those MPs over the course of your life. Maybe you heard many of those MPs. Maybe you used those MPs on other people. And now you regret. You should regret. And part of that regret is making amends. Part of that regret is doing right, making things right, getting out into the world. If you were one of those people who said the jokes about blonde people, or the jokes about Polish people, or the jokes about Irish people, Make it part of your healing to heal the world around you, and quadruple the amount of times that you said that blonde people weren't intelligent by going out and saying that they are as intelligent as every other white person. Same with the Polish people, same with the Irish. Whatever you said, you say the exact opposite of, to heal yourself and to heal our entire community. You were encouraged to make those sorts of statements by way of the anti-white narrative, and that's why you ended up repeating them. They were MPs that you were infected with, and then you vomited on those around you. How do you handle this? Well, since this is such a broad range, and we can break these things down and get into the weeds of every single one of these MPs and have specific responses, and I'm going to talk for a moment in just a second about the MCs, and I will do so. I will do more, I think, in iteration 2, if we have the time to tuck it in there as we are working on it. But you want to make sure with all of these, I'm going to give you just sort of a generalized MC, and then you are able, using your skills that you are obtaining through going free, being in our narrative, because by being in our narrative, you are given thought chains, premises on which the argument rests that will enable you to come to the proper deductions to win the conversations, to cure yourself, to cure those around you. That's how this works. It is sophisticated. It is not another system of names to cover something up. In fact, there was a great comment. I wish in one of the threads, I wish I had pulled it out to share with you all. But this is a generalized MC that you could say to an anti-white, if an anti-white or somebody who is a vague brother or sister out there, they're repeating this sort of an MP in front of you. So you can level up the intensity, level down the intensity, and say simply this: you wouldn't say that about any non-white group of people, which reveals how anti-white you are. So you immediately turn it around on the anti-white. You wouldn't say anything negative about a non-white group of people. So it just reveals that you're anti-white. Now the conversation becomes about how anti-white they are, which is the crux of the matter, which is the issue that you need to be discussing. Why are they so anti-white? Not whether or not blonde people have the same IQ or higher or lower IQ than the rest of humanity, or Polish people or Irish people or whatever it might be. That's not the discussion. That is just like making the exact same error about the mother and the child at the border. You do not get into quibbling over issues in the anti-white narrative. Do you understand? Because if you do, you do not win the conversation. And you do not reclaim your destiny. That's where we need to be headed, to the reclamation of our destiny, the reclamation of your destiny inside of yourself. That is where it begins. Now, when you're treating yourself, and this is the other side of the coin to MCs, is that you have the MCs that you can use in conversation. Sometimes those MCs are the exact same as this other category. Sometimes they're a bit different. Where they are a bit different in the other category is the MCs you use to treat yourself and to inoculate yourself against, and your children or those around you, against the MPs. Now, remember, when you're creating a meme curative, if there isn't one provided for you or in Go Free, and there are going to be far more. The next book is longer, and then the third edition is even bigger. There are going to be far more that are there for you to read. And when you see the ones that you're particularly infected with, you circle, you highlight, you dog ear, whatever you got to do. You write it down, you get out a piece of paper, you write it down there, you get out your phone, you put a timer and an alarm on so that it reminds you every so often. This is what you think. This is what you say to yourself every so many hours, so that you can overcome where you learn. Maybe you are of Polish lineage, and as a consequence, now you think something objectionable about yourself. You're going to have to treat that. That's never going away. You're never going to reach your potential because of it. So you are going to have to create what? A countervailing statement. You, in Going Free, it's very easy. It's called CCD-ing, CCD. Confront, challenge, dispel. This is all very simple stuff. It's like working out. If you can get into fabulous shape, you can go free of the anti-white narrative. So you're going to confront, challenge, and dispel when you come across these MPs, when they occur inside your own mind, when you hear them out in society, when somebody says them to you, somebody tells that joke. Remember now, you can say this, this MC that I shared with you, this general MC. You could be in a group of friends. I've done it many times. You got a group of guys together, and then somebody says, "God, this great joke," you know, as he's clutching his beer with his fat hand and fat fingers, and he's saying, "Nothing wrong with fat hands or fat fingers. I'm having a visual." And he's saying, "Well, what did the blondes say?" You know, and cut him off. Say, "You know what? This isn't. You're about to tell an anti-white joke, and why are you going to do that? Are you brave enough to say a joke about somebody else? And if you are, that's pretty disgusting. So don't say, I don't want to hear a joke about us. Do not make fun of any of our people. I find it really offensive. I find it reprehensible. You can level it up or level it down in intensity. You can say, hey, Karen, hey, Jamie, hey, Pete, hey, Trish, I really don't like jokes like that. Or statements like that. You really think that people with red hair are sickly? That's really anti-white, and it doesn't seem to comport with your character, how I know you. So I don't understand where that's coming from. And I wish you wouldn't talk that way around me in the future. Thank you. You can handle it in so many different ways. All of the tools are provided for you. You are the people who come to Going Free are the brightest of the bright across the white positive, white sympathetic spheres. We know this. I mean, of the different things that we can gauge with our metrics, we know that for sure. So you are going to be able to do this. Now, confront, challenge, dispel. You do not want to say, and remember, it's countervailing. That means the statement you come up with is of equal or greater intensity in the opposite direction. Equal or greater intensity in the opposite direction. Maybe try it now. Maybe try it now. What's the one MP that is similar to these that you've suffered with or that you've used on others and you regret? There's no way that you are either not suffering with it or you haven't used it to harm others, because that is the existence of our people in Western civilization. That's how disgusting of a world that the anti-whites have put us in. There's no way you haven't suffered with it and or victimized others with it. Come up with a countervailing statement right now. So you don't say that if you hear somebody say, or you were of the opinion because of being infected with MPs over the course of your life, and millions and millions and hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of white people are infected, and with the ideas that we're sharing here, just this spectrum of MPs, which is just a segment of the total panoply of horror of MPs that we are infected with from childhood moving throughout the totality of our lives. How absolutely disgusting. If you hear, for example, that white skin is degenerate, if you hear something like that, or you've said it, or you have thought it, you don't say that white skin is not degenerate or white skin is not weak. That is not a countervailing statement, is it? That is a weak statement. You're saying white skin is not weak. That is a weak statement. The process of going free of the MPs that are in your subconscious mind require the creation and insertion of MCs. You have to do this. Weak thoughts that are objections do not stick in your mind. You have to aver it, a powerful countervailing statement in response. So you do not say that white skin is not degenerate. You do not say that white skin is not weak. You say that white skin is pristine. White skin is perfect. White skin is sublime. You're not saying anything negative, not a single negative thing about anybody else's skin tones, not what their skin looks like, not the different tones of their skin. And you definitely, if you're going free, you do not give one of these disclaimers that, well, everybody else's skins are beautiful too. You don't have to do that. If you do that, you're signaling how infected you are, how you know it's immoral to say something positive about white skin. You say it's sublime. You say it is pristine. You make powerful countervailing statements. If Black people, for example, ladies and gentlemen, can say that, and we're going to be right back with the great Naderific on the phone, I hope, if everything works out shortly after this brief interlude. If Black people can say that Black is beautiful, you damn well better believe that you can say white is beautiful. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. My God, can you believe that that is a member of the Going Free community? What a glorious piece. Let's get a raucous round of emojis for the great Richard Wagner. Absolutely moving, beautiful music. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only Naderific, who is with us, the leader, the intrepid leader of course, the outreach team, the OT, and doing so many wonderful things on top. He's got these FAQs that is so usable that if you are not availing yourself of those, you are really making a huge mistake. So please get on top of those. They are all available on the Going Free FAQ, I guess, playlist on my channel. And where else do I have them? I think I'm going to put them up on the Gab TV. I think that's going to work. But we have Naderific with us. Let me turn the microphone around so everybody can hear him. How are you doing, good brother?
I am doing fantastically. It was a beautiful day today, and it's awesome that we are fully into spring now, and all the greens coming out of the trees and ground, and the plants that come back in the garden are starting to come back on their own, and yeah, things are going quite well just in general life.
Well, I got to just to say quickly before we get into the meat of our call here today for everybody, and that is that I got out into the garden and I did some mowing. This was the other day, and got out the chainsaw, took some branches down, and did several, actually quite a few chores, that just things that had to be done. And I always feel better after doing that. And I suggest to others that if they don't have, if they're not doing something like that, that they get into doing something. It doesn't take very much work out in the garden, just neatening things up, cleaning things up. And it's almost like cleaning up the outside helps to clean up the inside some perhaps. But I know who doesn't need to have any of the inside cleaned up, who's functioning like a drag racer, and that is the outreach team. Folks, if you are not aware, the outreach team has been doing amazing, just pole shifting, earth shaking work. And what they've done is, I'll just briefly say, I'm going to throw it over to Nate. And I guess actually, no, first we'll go ahead and we'll talk maybe about the two new FAQs, 5A and 5B, and then we'll get into the outreach team. But I do have to say this quickly because it's here on the tip of my tongue, and that is the part that grew back at least. And that is that we know that the lexicon and dialectics of Going Free is the psychological defense that works against the psychological warfare that is waged against us. We talk about that quite often, and that's something that is very tangible, easy for people to see in themselves and in their lives when they communicate it to others. And when we get to the OT part of this, you'll be able to, folks, you'll be able to hear more about that. But one thing we don't talk about as much, and there's a lot of machinery and thinking and experimenting that go on behind the scenes and have now for many years in the work that we're doing in service to white well-being. And that is something called something implemented, an idea called the Fabian strategy. And if you don't know what this is, it's a strategy of, I don't really want to use the war word, but that's what it is. That's where it comes from. It's a strategy of warfare that favors this war of attrition, no frontal assaults, popping up sort of what is referred to as guerrilla at times. And he looks so wonderful when he's at the zoo and he's being well kept and well fed. He's probably happier in the wild, but nonetheless, well fed, taken care of. But the Fabian strategy, in fact, let me quickly, and the reason why is because, so it says here on Wikipedia, it's not me saying, the Fabian strategy is a military strategy where pitched battles and frontal assaults are avoided in favor of wearing down an opponent through a war of attrition and indirection. Well, why is this important? Well, it's important because the anti-whites have so more money than you can fathom, more power than you can fathom, more et cetera, et cetera. Now, what you end up having here is a difference in the costs of conflict, and the cost of conflict. Oh, that sounds so cute. I hear a little one in the background. That's
Yeah.
lovely.
So I was gonna say.
No, don't apologize.
So you might hear some crying. You also might hear some roosters crowing.
That's fine.
there's-
Especially the music of our babies is perfect. It will have its serenade the entire time. No apologies there. But what I'll quickly say, and I'm gonna toss it over to you, brother, is that the cost of conflict for the anti-whites is far higher than the cost of conflict for us. We can get into places where we distribute leaflets, where we go into live chats, when we go into threads, and we can drop these very powerful tools to people, sort of like airdropping them to people, these bundles of flowers to people, and they can use them in their lives right away and defeat anti-whitism. The anti-whites have to use millions and millions and millions of dollars. How much do you think it costs them to print up a run of newspapers with an article trying to defame us? Or to how much do you think it costs them for the time it takes to be on television defaming us? The cost of conflict for them is astronomical. If we will only use the tools that work for us and employ them everywhere, we can easily win the conflict with the anti-whites. It's a guarantee. They cannot keep up that sort of expenditure. It's the same reason why superpowers continue to lose in Afghanistan, because the cost for them to engage in warfare is infinitely more than the cost of the Afghanis. But let's get into these FAQs, 5A and 5. So the first one was for beginners, and whatever you want to say about 5A, and it's what I can do for beginners, and then B is what can I do for beginners, and then the B is what can I do. Take it away, Nate.
Well, I mean, we wrote those and got those recorded and out a while ago before we put the OT together. So we would have mentioned that in them, but it was a while ago. And what we were looking to do is when I was first coming up with putting that information out there was just, what can people do? Because a lot of times people just don't really have an idea of what they can do that's going to help. And as I was going through it, I was like, this is a huge list. And if I do this video as one, it's going to end up being, 6-7 minutes long. And we're trying to keep everything, 1-2 minutes done. And so I decided to divide it up into beginner, and then, pretty much have your stuff together. And then there's part C as well. There's a third part. And it's going to take things a little bit further. I think the big things with part A was just, the most important thing when you're first coming to something is like this is you have to have yourself in order. If you're an emotional wreck, or you're physically sick from drug abuse or getting out of an abusive relationship or anything like that, you have to take care of yourself first. We can't be a strong people if everybody is not taking care of themselves. And then the second one is more like once you kind of have yourself together, once you have your life on a good track, then getting more involved in the community, helping make your own content, help, if things as small as just shopping with like Grandma Taller's Tea or Mighty White Soap Company or something like that, where it's white positive people making products, and you can patron those stores, and that helps us. It's not us directly, but we're making. Well, I heard you mention last week about having our own kind of mini economy where we have people with their own small businesses. We need to patron those businesses, even if it's a little bit more expensive, or we have to go out of our way a little bit. And that's a big part of how we have to move forward. And I guess that's it. That's kind of what I was thinking is we need to get more people involved, get more people active, and get people doing just any small little thing they can do to help white positive people and the white positive community.
That's absolutely beautifully said. And that's exactly what Nate points out there, that these are not, these different businesses are not something that we control, or we are receiving some sort of kickback or payment for commercial or anything of that nature. we are building our own economy in the real world. So it's something that it's the only way it can be done is organically. It's not going to be able to be done top down because we're not going to have somebody come forward with millions and millions and millions of dollars that could do it, something like that top down, which would be awkward anyhow. So everything Nate is saying here is perfect. And I'm so grateful for you putting together these FAQs because it is speaking directly to people's questions. And now, folks, this is the next thing. If you can help Nate with some ideas about FAQs or for FAQs, we're going to want you to reach out to him with those ideas. What are some questions that you've maybe come across or you had yourself in the beginning when you started going free? What answers would have been good for you, or do you think would be good for somebody else? Nate will give you, before he goes, some info so that you can contact him on that point and on the points that we're going to be talking about right now, which is, as the lovely voices of, I love it, the lovely voices of the children in the background, the OT, brother. And this is what it's all about, folks, by the way. Every household should sound like that. When you're serving white well-being, every household should sound like that, because that is those voices, those young, beautiful voices. That's what this is ultimately all about. So, brother, the outreach team, how is it going? What are you all doing? What are some of the successes? How can people help out? How can people reach you?
Well, they can reach out to White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. That's the email to start the process of joining one of the outreach teams. And we have a packet of information that we send out to everybody who is interested. It helps you figure out how to hide your identity, where to sign up for accounts to join us in our campaigns. And you can do everything from just something as simple as to, whenever you have free time, sign in and go and upvote or make supporting comments to our campaigns, or actually join in the live active campaigns where we all go into these different chats as a team. That's the best way to do that. The outreach team is going really well. We're getting a lot better at getting directly to the point in our posts, and getting what do you call it? I guess our thread locked in near the top of these different chat sections. And we're also getting a lot less pushback because I think we've made it very clear that caring about white well-being doesn't mean that we don't care about other people's white well-being. You know, that was initially the pushback that we got. Was we would go in and we would say, oh, well, you know, this hurts Western kind. And people would say, oh, well, why are you making it about race? Oh, well, you know, white people are anti-white too. And like all the, you know, typical responses. And we've just kind of pounded it into their heads. Yeah, there are white people who are anti-white. We're not saying that there aren't. And we're not making it about race. The mainstream anti-white narrative is making it about race.
Yeah.
And you know, nobody's looking out for us. You know, like, we're glad that there are different communities for Black people and their well-being. We're glad that there are communities for Latino people and their well-being. We need, you know, communities for white people and white well-being, and we need to stop this whole narrative of white people equals bad. I mean, that's just ridiculous, and it wouldn't be acceptable for anybody else, so it's not acceptable for us. And that message, I think, is really starting to break through a lot of these people who kind of shut down whenever they hear racial talk. Now, that being said, I have started noticing a lot more people in these chats posting as a team, sounding exactly like us. And then you scroll down to a couple of their posts and they're going on and on about puppies, or they're going on and on about African people. And we have to, you know, agree with parts that they say that are in line with us, and then we have to also say, hey, it's not just this one group, it's everybody who's anti-white, right? And there's really nothing else we can do about it. But I find it funny because I like to think that they're copying me. I like to think that they heard about the outreach team, and they've heard what we're doing, and they were like, hey, let's do that too, but then include our narrow, we'll deviate away from focusing on white well-being, and we'll focus on hating these people. And they've been doing it, and I've been trying to reach out directly to some of them, to just be like, hey, why do you think that's the best angle? Don't you think it might be a better angle if you're trying to get people to care about Western civilization and Western cultures and Western peoples? Don't you think it might be better to focus on us and not focus on these other groups and stuff? And I've only been able to reach one or two of them, but it hasn't really gone very well. But we're trying. But anyway, the pushback that we've seen on us is decreasing, as far as I can tell, from the actual vagues. I think, and we're seeing more and more vagues adopting the idea that it's anti-white, and using the lexicon. We're using MCs whenever we can, which is very regularly. And we're having a bit of a lull in new signups. We do have a good solid team together, but we're not getting a whole lot of new signups. We've gotten, maybe a dozen people emailing and being interested. And then as we get into what it is that we're doing and how we go about doing it, they just stop emailing. And I'm assuming that's people who hear us talk about it and they get excited and they're like, yeah, I want to help. And then they sign up for it and they're like, wow, I really don't have time to do this. And they walk away for whatever reason. I don't know why, but we could use more people helping us out, participating in the campaigns, coming in behind us, and giving support comments and upvotes and whatnot. That would be huge. And yeah, one other thing I wanted to mention: we do have a white well-being open chat on Telegram, and that is administrated by our very own Southern Bloom. I think is it Southern Bloom? Did I tell you?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think I sent you a message saying who it was. Did you get the message with the link in it?
Oh, to the chat. Yeah, I joined the chat. Yes.
Yeah. Are you capable of putting the chat or putting the link in the live chat, or
oh yeah, I could do
posting
that.
it somewhere?
Yes.
Cool. Because I guess we're trying to popularize that chat. It's just a general open chat for people who are white positive. There's very few rules, no ant-nat posting, no Fed posting, and no anti-whitism. And if you are on an outreach team, don't talk about our activities in that chat. But otherwise, it's open for white well-being. And that, yeah, that seems to be a good time. Lots of people get together there and chat about stuff, and it's easy for people in the community to talk to each other, have open discussions about different things going on in the community, different projects people are working on, and different I guess ways of arguing different points and talking about MCs and just all sorts of different things good for the well-being of our community there. The only other thing going on is, I think I've mentioned this before, Nathaniel and I have some short stories where we've gotten together. I did make a recording of one of them, just a what do you call it? A demo recording of one of them, and I put it up, and I finally got in touch with someone. Someone contacted me who is an artist, and he's been drawing up some illustrations for it, and it looks really good. And I think this is going to come out really well. And if things go well, we might start doing some 2D animations for future stories. So that's exciting and something to look forward to in the near future as well.
Wow. Let's get a raucous round of emojis for all of the work that the outreach team is doing, and this intrepid leader of theirs, Nate. What a fantastic tale of success that you all are having. I've heard from others as well. I've heard from people inside the outreach team about their exhilaration and enthusiasm about the successes that you're having, and from people who are not, but they've seen the comments and they see the comments working on people. One of the first things you mentioned there that leapt out to me is when you come across these vagues, our brothers and sisters out there who are, the first thing they'll say, and you'll see this in the conservative, in the Republican realm and that sort of thing, patriot, nationalist realm, you'll see them say, well, why are you making this about race? It's very easy, as you've discovered, to shut these conversations down immediately by saying, the anti-whites have made this about race longer than you have been alive. Is that not long enough for you to learn that you can't ignore it? You've been losing our entire lives. We cannot ignore that we are being victimized as a people. That's why we are victimized as individuals. We have to accept this responsibility. And of course, the MC about being an individual in a world of collectives being suicide shuts them down really quickly as well. So that's right. Sounds like you all are handling that magnificently.
We use that MC, the individualism in a world of collectives and suicide, all the time. That's like one of the most used MCs. I have made a slight adjustment to it.
Great.
Where after I say the whole collective as it is, I'll say something like, and as by collective, I mean we need to voluntarily cooperate. Mm-hmm. And we don't all have to have the exact same beliefs. We don't all have to have the same religion and same opinions. We just all have to be united in well-being of Western kind. Because something I encountered with a lot of vagues, a lot of conservatives, is the word collective to them automatically means like, brain dead, zombified, communist leftists who all chant the same exact thing over and over again, and they all have the same opinions and they all have the same beliefs, and they don't deviate from that, and if they do, they're reprimanded, and they've kind of internalized that messaging in their mind. So to kind of sidestep that trigger, I've said I add it's voluntarily cooperating as Western kind. It's not, you have to be this specific type of Christian or atheist or pagan or anything like that, to kind of get around their immediate trigger response to the word collective.
Very well done. And that, by the way, folks, just so you know, that's exactly how this is supposed to work. We are the adults in the room. It is on our shoulders to ensure that we, as Western kind, recapture our destiny. The people, white people with the most money in the positions of power, they're anti-white. It's fallen to us. We have to be the adults in the room. The way this works is, I was alluding to it earlier, it sets up a worldview, a story that we live in, that is sown with premises that create thought chains. And what Nate has done here is he's taken one of the MCs, and then in application, as a consequence of the premises that are already there, he's able to speak to his audience so that he can help them to go free. We have to remain the adults in the room and continue to have these successes, despite the fact, and it's hard enough to deal with the anti-whites in and of themselves. But it sounds like you all are also, what you're sharing with me, and I did not know this, was that it sounds like there are some other groups out there. Maybe they even have Telegram groups as well, or someplace where they're organizing, and they're showing up in chats, and they're trying to do the same thing that the outreach team is doing, except they are then poisoning the well with this ant-nat nitwittery or some other type of villainy, slandering other groups of human beings rather than focus. So it sounds like it's a concerted effort, not just some person who has decided to, well, yeah, I agree with you, and therefore it's all of the Martians or whatever it is they're going to say. That's the problem. So am I hearing you right? Does it appear to be a concerted effort?
It appears to be a team of people, because I've seen them using the same screen names and posting together in different threads on multiple occasions. So it's definitely, it could be one person with 10 different accounts doing it all themselves, but I don't think it is based on the speed at which they kind of line up their conversation. But it's definitely people organized doing the same thing we are, but then and to be fair, they're not using the meme curatives, and they're not using they're not using the lexicon exactly, but they are speaking in a way where it seems like their primary concern is white well-being and Western kind, but then they steer it towards focusing on other groups of people later on in their posts. And so I mean, it's hard to say if they're actually like, hey, let's tarnish these guys, the OT's reputation by doing the same thing, but then turning around and posting these other things. It's hard to say if they're doing that or not. I have noticed some of them in some of these chats. You can follow each other's accounts. It's kind of like how you follow someone on Gab or something like that. You can do the same sort of thing, and then you can see all their posts and you can upvote them and whatnot and communicate back and forth. And I've noticed a handful of them following my account and mass upvoting my posts. And I know some other team members, they've been doing the same thing. But I've also been hearing that a lot of these people who are posting and going into the ant-nat side of things, a lot of them saying they're getting their accounts deleted. And so the vague websites are kind of, their immune system's kicking on.
Yes.
And they're removing them. So it's going to be more difficult for them to operate in the same sphere as it is for us. But I'm also, I don't like, one of the things I know that I've heard Jared Taylor say a lot is he doesn't like to assign motive to things, and I'm kind of the same way. I don't like to assign motive, but if I'm being realistic, I would say it's an effort to go in there, post and sound like us as much as they can to get their foot in the door, and then poison the well. That's what it seems like to me. And if I was trying to harm, white well-being and going free, that's something I would do.
Right.
Right. That seems logical to me, and it doesn't cost them any money. It just takes a little bit of time. And if they want to destroy our work and the narrative, that's a good way to poison people's minds against it, is to go where we're going and shit all over it.
Yes.
So
yes. Yeah. I absolutely, I think there's more than enough of that sort of thing going on and been going on, and for long enough. And this is walk like a duck, quack like a duck, is a duck scenario. We have to act as though it is a concerted effort. And I would say, in that vein, we can. I would suggest that when somebody shows up like that, you notify the whatever the host is, whatever news site it is, or whatever it is. You notify them and you say, this person here is, and you can go ahead and just use, whatever the answer is for the way they're behaving, whatever the description or definition is. I would not be surprised in the least to discover that these are, and it seems right now, just so folks know, there are and it's absolutely the case, and I've confirmed in multiple places that there is an element in the pagan community that is villainous, and they are endeavoring to disparage me, disparage going free, disparage what we're doing, and a huge element in the Ant-Nat community, and it's even being encouraged by some of their leaders, their content producers, and for the I guess obvious reasons. And so I would not doubt at all that this is an effort to misrepresent going free and what we are, and to try to turn people back in what we do, turn people back to this focusing on other people's of mankind and being just characters in their stories. That has never won. It will never win. We wish them their best. They need to go away, and they're proving that, in fact, that they are anti-white by attacking so relentlessly that which has done so much good for our people. I mean, it's incalculably done incalculably more good. There's no question about that. And yet these people show up and they want to disparage and destroy. And this is the first I'm learning about this. And, it could be just a couple people with, a handful of accounts apiece, and that's all it would take. But I would suggest when these folks show up on these threads, just immediately contact the host of the website and say, this name, watch out for them. They are antique nationalists, but use the verbiage of the anti-white narrative. And so they just...
The only other thing that it could be, because I've been in these chat spheres for years now, and the only other thing it could be is it could actually be people who are on the side of the host, because what they used to do is anytime someone came in and said anything, white positive at all, even if it wasn't Ant-Natish, even if it was like what we are doing, and there were specific accounts that would just jump all over it and just denigrate it immediately. And they weren't Ant-Nats, and they weren't somebody else. And I would see them across different platforms doing the same thing everywhere. And then they would report my accounts, and some other people who are on the team now had it happen to them too when we were doing it individually. And it could be that now that we are engaging as a team and we're gaining a lot of organic support, they're seeing other people using the lexicon, they're seeing other people adopt it and change the way they argue and talk, and they see that their old way of sidelining us is no longer working. Mm-hmm. And so they needed to find a new way to get rid of the white positive narrative. So it's possible it's not Ant-Nats at all, and that it's actually these host platforms trying to get rid of us, not like how I said that the Ant-Nats have said their accounts are getting deleted. Well, I mean, it could, the quote unquote Ant-Nats in these chats could very well be the immune system of the host. And they're trying to steer the narrative back in their direction, because we've been changing the narrative undoubtedly. We've seen it when we go to different chats. We see people using the lexicon, not Ant-Nats, regular vague conservative minded people using the lexicon and using the MCs. We even did it to the point where we started seeing headlines on these different host platforms that used the lexicon in them. And so they're not stupid, right? No. These are highly intelligent people. They could very well see that and go, oh no, we need to head this off right now.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
So before we assign all the blame to Aunt Nat's, being Aunt Natty, we got to take into consideration that it might very well be the host trying to destroy us.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Anti-whites, they will assume any form they have to. Hate
Exactly.
hoaxes happen all the time, and this is equivalently the same thing, an equivalent. So yeah, I would also recommend when these people show up, in case they are not with the host of the platform or just other people in the community, because I've been in the conservative sphere, and I've seen the Republicans, how swiftly Republicans and conservatives move to to oust anybody who cares. This is the leadership, and then the good sycophants who just think that, well, they're going to do anything that the leadership says. They'll move quickly with their own, as you say, like immune system, and they'll move to just get rid of people that purge their platform, they'll purge their group. We I guess it's suggesting two things. In case it is somebody else from the outside, which could be, even if it is, let's say, conservatives playing villainy in order to get rid of the success the outreach team is having, those conservatives might not be connected, of course, with the platform. And so turning them in as villains might get them suspended as well. But also, of course, when they make those kinds of comments, to go after those people where they start focusing on other races of man, going after them in a way to demonstrate that first, I guess you take the position that, okay, maybe this is an honest person who has picked up this behavior from the anti-white narrative. So I'm going to help them. I'm going to tell them, hey, you know what? This is a really immoral thing to do. It's ineffective. It's wrong. It harms our people, and therefore it's anti-white. So you really shouldn't do it. You should go free instead. And there's this other option. But if they're not going to do that, then make sure that the other people who are watching, and Nate, I'm telling you something you already know. You're having just mountains of success, but you then have the conversation with the person that where you are burning them down for behaving that way, so that others are learning from that conversation. That's the purpose of that conversation. At that point, you remain the moral person, the hero against time. And that's what we are. We are in going free. The practitioners are going free. Those who are going out into the world who have the ability to do so, and in whatever way it might be, in whatever level of anonymity, they are heroes against time. When we show up, we are like, and try to understand this, ladies and gentlemen, genuinely, you are like a time traveler. You have shown up from some different land, from some different place, and the folks are hearing words and ideas and a worldview and a perspective that at first they'd never heard before. They don't know what to think of it, but then immediately once they pick it up, they are empowered with it. That is what Nate has been seeing. This has been a fantastic conversation, brother. We're going to have you back regularly to give us updates on everything going on. Why don't you go ahead and tell folks again where they can reach out to you for both ideas for the FAQ segments, and also if they would like to potentially participate in the outreach team. And I'm going to lay into the live chat right now the link that you sent me for the open Telegram group. And I'm going to say this also, just briefly, I'll throw it to you, brother. That is that we have had, or people have started Facebook groups. They've started this kind of group, that kind of group, different places to talk about going free. And then immediately people show up, and I think obviously in some cases, this is going to be anti-whites who are pretending to be one of us. In some cases, it's going to be ant-nats or other types of villains in the anti-white narrative who show up, and they don't understand. They're like the 2D shapes in flatland. They don't understand three-dimensional objects. And so they just hear something. It sounds vaguely, like in the flatland, they could see the three-dimensional object pass through. So they would see the sphere, it would grow out of nowhere and then shrink again. They can see this somewhat, and they try to put it into their understanding of the world. They think they can then show up and behave like the villain. You are not allowed to do that, folks. You cannot go free. You cannot have success. You cannot go free of the anti-white narrative if you are stuck in the anti-white narrative. If you're using those memes, if you're using that verbiage, it's garbage. It is anti-white. No matter how white sympathetic you think it is, it does not work, and therefore it's anti-white. So don't show up in these places. Naterific here and everybody else who's running those and in those places, they have my full blessing to immediately kick you right out, to ban you from the group if you begin this direction. We had one person started the Facebook group, and it was every day I was receiving screenshots, and I finally had to tell this person, look, I have nothing to do with the group. You know I have nothing to do with the group. I don't run the group. I can't keep, I'm too busy to keep receiving the screenshots of everybody there who is a hardcore ant-nat and who just shows up. They say, yeah, going free sounds cool. And here's a video of this black and white footage. I mean, just don't do it. We don't want you if you're going to behave that way. You've got to go free instead. Nate, where people can find you with the suggestions and the OT, I will drop this right now, and then we'll let you get back to your wonderful family.
Right. So the first thing real quick, before I came on and opened up the White Wellbeing open chat, I spoke with Southern Bloom, and I was like, are you sure you're ready to handle the administration of this when we get an overload of anti-whites and ant-nats coming in? So we've already talked about the expectation that we're going to get a lot of people coming in just to cause problems, and we're as ready for it as we can be. And luckily on Telegram, it's really easy to boot people out of the chat, and then to nullify the validity of the invite link. So we can change that at any point, and stop people from using it to join the group and make a new one. So we're pretty much got that as in control as we can. Then White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. That's going to be where you reach out to join the outreach team, or one of the outreach teams. We got a couple of different little ones operating at different times. Nathaniel is usually the one who handles that stuff, and he's out right now handling some personal business, so it might be a little while before we get back to you if you do email us interested in the outreach team, but we will get to you as soon as we can, I promise. And then if you want to contact me about FAQ ideas, you could just post them in the chat of this video after the live stream is over. Just post, just say FAQ idea, and then say what your idea is for the question. And please try to make it questions that are indeed frequent. Don't just make it like a question that like maybe somebody had at one point in time. Like, it should be a question that we hear in the chat a lot, like, oh, well, what is this about? There's questions that I see every single week in the live chat, and I've even seen some that we addressed with FAQ videos already. If people come in and say, oh, well, aren't they gonna change your language too? And it's like, we have an FAQ for that. What? Just tell them to go watch the FAQs. And I don't know. Anyway, that's kind of going off into the weeds. So yeah, it's a White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com for the OT. Leave your suggestions for the FAQs in the comment section. And I'll check those. That's probably the best way to do that. And then, join the White Wellbeing open chat. Remember, no ant-nat posts, no Fed posts, no anti-whitism. And if you're on the outreach team, don't talk about the outreach team.
Amen to that, brother. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you, your whole family. Thank you for everything that you were doing. Big round of applause for Naterific, folks. And we look forward to speaking with you again, brother. Promethean hails to you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on to talk about everything. I'm glad everything's going well. Hopefully we'll continue to have some of this beautiful weather. Yeah, awesome.
All right, brother. Thank you. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
And we will be right back, folks.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Well, now let's get to some of you after that magnificent discussion with Naterific. And he is terrific, isn't he? Really terrific. Thank God we have adults like Naterific and the people who are on the outreach team doing the good work. We're going to be the adults in the room. So don't show up to this acting like a child, a quisling, a whatever it is, and that antique nationalism. And I think I saw a comment go by about antique national. Maybe somebody was asking what it was. If your nationalism requires black and white footage, and you have to go to, and you can find the pieces of your nationalism and your ideology that you've adopted at antique stores, you're not edgy. You are just anachronistic. So you need to, and also you're doing something that has already failed. So please feel free to go free. We will happily take you over and give you a hand up. We hope you will show up and do so now in the Northern Hemisphere while it is spring. And we have the red buds are blooming right now here in Northern Virginia. The dogwoods, of course, I mentioned, are blooming pink and white. And the pear trees, of course, are looking beautiful. Of course, the cherry trees, so many different varieties of those. Lovely. They're coming into bloom. So are the maples. The Japanese maples are blooming. The magnolias, big, these big flowers, and some of the different types of magnolias. It is a wonderful time. It's a wonderful time of year on the Southern Hemisphere as well for our brothers and sisters down there, where they are entering the autumnal part of the year. And so use the opportunity of the changing seasons to energize you, to get out into the world and to do wonderful things in service to white well-being, and be an adult. We can disagree with on little points here and there. That's what this is all about. That's what it's about, being an adult, and yet move forward with white well-being. Be able to get along with each other, be amiable, be able to work together. We need to be able to do that now. And we are building that community. And as this community continues with successes and it continues to grow, even though with the current Biden-induced bipolar syndrome, we're seeing some atrophy. Absolutely, Mr. V. Even though we are seeing this, we're still having our great successes, and people are noticing. I can't say a lot more than that, but I can say that people that we would all think that they're not rich by societal standards by any means, but when we look at them from where we in the working class sit, they certainly do look it. They certainly have a life much easier than ours, and they are now increasingly becoming concerned. Normal people, your ordinary vagues out there, and they're looking for answers. Guess where they're not going to end up? They're not going to end up in all of these other sympathetic spheres, because they think they're all evil, even if there are wonderful people there. So they're going to end up someplace. They need to end up going free. And the wonderful people like the outreach team are making that happen. They're going to ensure that those wonderful people, with their intelligence, with their wealth, with their connectivity, etc., with their histories, their knowledge, that they'll be able to bring, they will do a great deal of good. And it may well be, I have a very smart gentleman made what he believed to be what would end up being the graph for the growth of the service to white well-being. And he believes that it's going to be a slow, steady growth until there is a massive spike. So you all might be looking back in several years and say, I remember when there weren't 1 million people going free. I remember when it used to just be the 150 of us that would show up for going free streams. That might be the case, and we hope it is. We need it to be. Let's do some quick announcements, and I'm going to look at, actually, before we do the announcements, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what you all are saying in your questions. If you posted something and it's already scrolled off, I apologize. I didn't get a chance to see it. We'll start over on entropy. Right before we got started today, we had the magnificent Ascended Practitioner. Let's get him a big raucous round of emojis. He financially gifted $50 today, $50. And he writes, visiting a friend today at his ranch to do Westman things and give him go free. Visiting a friend today at his ranch to do Westman things and give him go free. $50. Thank you so much, Ascended Practitioner. Talk about hitting the ground and running. It reminds me, this guy going out to the ranch, and they're doing cool things out on the ranch, things that men of the West do. And we build, we order, we construct, and he's going out there and he's going to be gifting a copy of Go Free. How glorious is that? Have you done that yet? If you have, we applaud you. If you haven't, it's time to get started. It's time to give a hand out to those people who need a hand up. And reminds me, talk about this Ascended Practitioner. I used to show off, believe it or not, every now and then. I rarely do that. But at the gym, I would do this. This was back when I was playing college football and could have played professional baseball, but made the decision to play college football in the minors, professional baseball. I would set up 2 treadmills at the gym, and I would have one at the speed of a jog, maybe just under a strider, but a jog, like a fast jog. And then the other one would be at nearly a full sprint. And I would jump back and forth. Ascended Practitioner reminds me of when I would jump onto the sprinting treadmill, and I would be at a full sprint immediately. That's what Ascended Practitioner feels like. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. And we have next over on entropy, Yiz the Eunuch, another great champion. Talk about her all the time because you can't talk about her enough and her successes. $5 financial gift. She writes, a folk tithe just to say howdy. I'm busy with family today, so I won't be active in the chat, but I'll be listening and interacting as I can. Love for all the WWB community, and a little white heart. Well, thank you so much, sweet sister, and much love back to you. George with $25. Thank you so much, George, for that kind financial gift. Writes to me, hi, Jason. Just wanted to say thanks for the excellent guests you've had recently on tap. Yiz is so intelligent and passionate. Sarah Dye, what a wonderful, talented woman, dedicated to her family. And the incisive John Bruce Leonard, an absolute pleasure to listen to. And so many more. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. That's a magnificent compliment. And I feel the exact same way about those wonderful people. And that's George James, financially gifting $25. The great Sound Killer is over here, gifting $5. Thank you, brother. And he writes, God bless, no white guilt. Well, thank you so very much. I hope he does. At least in that avatar he was, pissing off a certain group of people. Or getting under their skin, I guess. Irish Ice, $5, another champion. Where the people who are really the champions, they make it known, don't they? They make it known. They say, I'm going to be a hero in our story. I'm going to be the adult in the room. I'm going to make things happen. I'm going to be there on the front. I am so honored that I'm able to stand side by side with all of you good people. It's been quite a journey to get here to the point where we can have enough good people standing shoulder to shoulder, shield over shield, spear over spear, protecting our most vulnerable members, and most vulnerable and most important, our babies. It's been quite a journey. Irish Ice financially gifting $5. After a year of solid IRL practice, challenging and engaging all varieties of people in discussion about white well-being and anti-whiteism, I can confidently say I have acquired the skills and ability to defeat the most deranged anti-white. Be persistent. And that is what Irish Ice talk about. That's humility, and that's speaking truth to one's abilities. That's never anything wrong with that. That's not being a braggart or anything of that nature. When you succeed and you know you can absolutely, and you should tell the world, and Irish Ice has been at it. You all know that is indeed the case. I have no doubt that with the skills that he's acquired going free over this year and engaging with anti-whites and regular folks, vagues, that he is at this level. And just imagine as he continues to rid himself of MPs. Now, remember, they don't ever go away. And going free, you create a counter trigger to them. You learn all about it in the practice. It's very simple, very little jargon to learn. Just imagine how much more talent is inside of Irish Ice and how much better he will become with practice. You can be there too. Let Irish Ice be an exemplar for you. Mrs. Jess Horst, a name that there's so much good attached to. There is not enough time to say. $50 US. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis. Raucous round of emojis for the great Mrs. Jess Horst. $50 financial gift. And she writes, beautiful cards with a heart. Now, she must be speaking to a comment that was made a little bit earlier. Mrs. Jess Horst must be speaking to, and I see, look at these champions. We got Groundhog Fury in the, I just saw go by, and Raymond Foster in the chat, Grayman the Gray, the Magnificent Kevin, White Healing, Brant Danger, all of these champions. Great to see you all, and I will turn back to you all more in a moment. But first, I'm going to go back to Mrs. Jess Horst and over to Samantha Fox. Fraulein Dresden here. Please briefly announce handmade springtime cards will be up for white well-being tithing next Sunday, she writes. Thank you and big Promethean hugs, NWG friends and family. Folks, if you remember, the wonderful Fraulein Dresden made a collection of cards for Christmas, and we auctioned them off to folks. They're works of art. And she has done it again. She's outdone herself with creativity. You know, when you have real beauty on the inside, you can make beauty on the outside. You have to nurture those skills, grapple with your mean pathogens, and she has done so. These are exquisite. And thank you so much, dear lady, Fraulein Dresden, and then Mrs. Jess Horst with a $50 financial gift saying that these cards are beautiful. She has seen them as well. Thank you so much, the both of you. Such champions. We've got the great Mr. Bloom is back with us. Hello, dear brother. And so is Richard Wagner, two magnificent champions. And we played Wagner a little earlier. Mr. Bloom, $20 financial gift. And it is an honor to see both of these guys. Mr. Bloom writes, Promethean hails, Jason. It's brilliant, all capitals, to be able to catch a live show again. Well, it's brilliant to have you. Thank you so much, dear brother. And Richard Wagner with $10 financial gift writes, Promethean hails, brother. Thank you for the Twitter message. I'm good. Worried about the anti-white infrastructure gaining the ability to de facto mandate a certain cure for a certain virus, since they have called, and then in quotes, racism, the anti-white slur racism, a public health threat. God bless you, and let's go free until the end. Well, the end is the recapture of our destiny. And we're going to get there, brother. They are moving forward. We had the CDC and not going to, we don't have time to really get into it, but they are, as we shared here on Going Free, they're going to declare, and the CDC has already done so, it's the biggest institution to have done so, that the anti-white slur, racism, and therefore heresy to anti-whiteism, they've declared that heresy to anti-whiteism is a major public health threat. So the objective has been for the anti-whites to categorize heresy to anti-whitism. And remember, that's how you can put that construct together for folks so they get it. They get it. Don't let people say at your place of work or family, oh, well, don't say they object to racism and they object to hating other people. And so therefore, you should object to hating other people. So you say what they object to is heresy to anti-whitism. They're not going to allow you to think a different way. They object to heresy to anti-whitism. And so therefore, they want to say that is a mental illness. There are a lot of things, and please check with CNN to make sure I'm reporting what others are reporting. I haven't looked at it for myself, as you know. Everything that I said here, you have to check and get the voices on the other side of the aisle, from Hades. Make sure you listen to them. But that is indeed what is happening. And your concern about mandating a cure or whatever is not totally unwarranted. I mean, that's what the anti-whites would like to do. But as they get closer and closer, I submit, as they get closer and closer to fulfilling a lot of these or many of these objectives, you're going to see a breaking down of the efforts, because the number of victims of their efforts becomes too large. And so that's ultimately too large for them to victimize. So that's what I see. Now, any particular country, I mean, who knows? I'm not in every country. I can't read all of the tea leaves in every single country, but make sure that between now and kingdom come, that you help as many people to go free as you possibly can, while you have the health that you have, irrespective of whatever cure there might be for whatever out there. Your health could be pristine one day and then suddenly very different the next. So that's sometimes the way the body works. So just use the time that you're given wisely, irrespective of what the anti-whites are going to be anti-whiting, right? They're going to be anti-whiting all the time. So we need to be going free. We need to be helping our brother. We need to be white positive. We need to be having more joy, more joy in our heart, more or less weight in our step, a brighter song in our voice as the anti-whites get worse, because that is how we form and demonstrate the polar opposite that people will then be drawn to. God bless the both of you. Richard Wagner, $10. Mr. Bloom, $20. God bless the both of you, both doing magnificent things. And we have Yiz back again with another $3 financial gift. And she writes, 3 cheers for the great Naterific and the other Nate, Southern Daily News, and the great men and women of the WWB outreach team. God bless you, dear woman, and thank you for that. She gives a little white heart emoji. I completely agree. 3 cheers. Mr. Bloom back again with another $20. Also, Jason, thank you so much, Mr. Bloom. Another $20. Also, Jason, would you feel comfortable if the wonderful white well-being leaflets that Final Blossom made were to be distributed at the same time as patriotic alternative leaflets? No problem if not, but I only ask as I have a lot of PA leaflets to distribute, but Richard Wagner and I also plan to use Final Blossom's leaflets too. Please, everywhere, folks, yes, distribute our literature. Why? We're going to be talking about a story, another enormous victory. We keep having them when it comes to the media, don't we? It's amazing. It is absolutely astonishing, and we need everybody. I want to be victorious with us. So yes, get those out into the public, and you'll see the difference that takes place when it comes to the media, the anti-white oligarchs and their media, mainstream media, how they handle the verbiage of going free, the lexicon that we have, the dialectics that we use. They fall all over themselves. It is stupendous. It is something beautiful to behold. It is better than the finest wines available to man. You cannot find anything that tastes so absolutely ambrosial as to see the anti-whites falling all over what we have created. And it's been happening for decades. We're going to keep it happening. So please do, brother. And God bless you for doing so. And Yiz back again with another $3. She said she meant Southern Bloom. Southern Bloom is what she meant, not Southern Daily News, which I don't even know what that is. Southern Bloom. But thank you so much for the correction, dear sister. Yes, Southern Bloom is a wonderful, wonderful champion, a brilliant woman, and it is a true blessing to have her in service to white well-being. Let me see if I can touch the mic and not throw electricity, not kick us off the stream, and jump over here to Cash App and see if we have any activity over there. And while it's loading, Misty is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. Sismic77 is here. There's the great Jerome, who's out there making so many things happen. And I believe you've emailed me. I will get to it, brother. Masumi Rabbit and FD and Danny and Althea is with us. Great to see you as well, sweet sister. So is Jesse No Offense is with us. Nancy Drew and Coconut, Euro Yankee. Look at all of these magnificent ladies who have shown up today. I know I've seen her. Where is she? Carlisle is with us as well. Hello, sweet sister. I don't know if you're in the live chat anymore, but if you listen to us in replay, a big hello to you, sweet sister. And of course, we mentioned the great Brant Danger, level-headed, intelligent adults. The folks we're talking about, Naderific, Brant Danger, so many champions are making it happen. And of course, we have the Raymond Foster is with us, a man that is like a supernova on the other side of the planet, like a Mount St. Helens in Australia. And Davy Jones says, "You're a beast, Jason." And then he has a cross and then the word sword. Is it supposed to, is a sword facing down, or is it a cross as in Christianity and the word sword? Thank you so much. And that's Davy Jones. Reptile is with us. Great to see you, brother. Another champ. Magnificent Kevin mentioned you. Hyperborean Dream. Hey, Elaine Sabatino is here. And this lady, wow. Names are going up on the halls of heroes, chiseling them myself, along with Groundhog Fury is with us. Can you believe it? The stars have shown up for this going free. Bob is here. Brad C, great. And Simon JJ, the two of you, more champions. First Last, a certified genius and musician extraordinaire is with us. And we'll have to play his anthem again, and he might be working again, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. Might be seeing more magnificent works. Corey is with us. Tyler is with us. Zedmo is with us. If you're with us and you're a wallflower, say hello. Get to talking with these people. Andre Boston is with us. Jesse Link, hello to you. Is it Gamayan? I saw somebody went by. Hello to you. And the chat's jumping on me a bit. I know some people tagged me. People are definitely noticing, and it's a great opportunity to introduce them to Going Free. They're primed and ready, says Simon JJ. The people are primed and ready to hear the message of Going Free. You know they're not, especially these folks that look rich to us, that aren't rich by societal standards, but have far more than we have, far more connections, etc. You know when they look out at the Sean Hannitys and at these this and that they see failure. These are business owners. These are smart people. These are investors. They know how to live life with some ease, more ease than we've been able to live it. And when they look out to Tucker, they might say, well, that's a good statement. But trust me, you are saying and putting far more in faith and investment and high hopes and glad feelings for Tucker than they will, because they, with their business acumen, investor acumen, they know that it's going nowhere, that it's intended to fail, that he won't do anything that succeeds. That's why he would never have me on, because to have me on is to be victimized for doing so, for presenting something that works. Who knows? Maybe we can move his hand near the end. He'll decide that maybe he's got to do it to try to save himself from being deleted and dropping ratings. Instead, he finds out that he has us on, and then he ends up getting the strings cut by the anti-white overlords. Who knows? Pants Monster is with us. I guess the audio was a little tough at times, and I apologize for that earlier in the stream. And Mr. Piazzi is with us. We're going to have more calls today. I'm going to try to get through as much as we can, folks, so that we can talk to plenty of people. And over here on Cash App, we have, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the great DB Cooper, and who has named one of his sons after yours truly for the good work that we all are doing here in service to white well-being. God bless you and your wife. A $5 financial gift, saying everything he ever needed to say by naming his child. We're not directly related, and I'm not dead. So, I'm not known by millions, and he's not an airhead, he and his wife. So they're not going to just randomly name their child after someone. So that's very meaningful. It's all he ever had to say. So thank you so much. $5 financial gift on top of that. Thank you so much, dear brother. And we have a $1 gift from A Heather. No, not saying that last name. What a choice that was. Says Jason can't get a date. Well, how do you know that I'm not dating? And why would I tell you? In fact, I will tell you this. I will use your $1 on the next date that I'm on. And we will move right along to our next financial gifter. And it is one of our great participants, Brad C. Here week after week, making it happen, making himself stronger, better, smarter, maybe even taller, who knows? More intelligent, more creative, helping our people to go free. A $20 financial gift from Brad. Thank you so much, dear brother. And he writes here, in honor of all fellow Prometheans out there. And he gives a thumbs up. Well, a big thumbs up back to you, brother. Promethean greetings to you, kind sir. And finally, over here, we have a name that I probably, as soon as I say that, you know that I'm about to say Sloths. Gifting $5. You know what? Sloths cannot go to an antique store and find the attire and the verbiage and the ideas and the ideology, etc., for his heroism. He can't go to Hollywood and go into the dressing rooms and look for the costumes for the roles to play hero, because he's playing hero in our story. He's being the hero. He's not playing anything. That's why we always celebrate Sloth's $5 financial gift. For the storm of light is more powerful than most think. Amen to that, brother. $5 financial gift from Sloths. For the storm of light is more powerful than most think. God bless you for those powerful words and that financial gift. And we're going to swivel back around. Hey, remember, while we are together at this gathering, ladies and gentlemen, you can grab the URL. You can think about these. I saw it just do that. I got to stop with the electricity thing. You can think about the circles that you're in. Don't have circles? Go make circles. Go out there and find a community here. Find a community. Are you into building go-karts? Are you into, get into it? Are you into working on cars? Are you into planting annuals? Find out some place or places that you can get into the community. You can talk about a hobby you like. You like to hang glide. You like to jump out of airplanes with parachutes, but not with your seeing eye dog, whatever it might be. Get into these communities. It's not, turn off the television. Turn off the demon anti-white box. Turn it off. Get rid of your subscription. Keep the internet, but get rid of the television. The costs are just going up anyhow, and they're reducing the number of channels you get anyhow, and they keep presenting you with more and more anti-whiteism anyhow. Get rid of it. Instead, you're not going to die. You can get yourself a laptop if you still need to sit in that divot where you put your posterior and on the couch, whatever it is, and then get into these groups, become somebody that the other people in these circles want to emulate, want to imitate, somebody that everybody likes. Talk with them for a few weeks, and then you toss in a little bit of verbiage from Go Free here and a little bit of ideas from Going Free there. You don't have to suddenly be the great apostle coming down with stone tablets or something. That's already been done. You don't have to do that. Instead, you can go in there and you can just say, as simply as when I was just the other day at the post office, and somebody was saying something about, I can't even remember what the exact comment was now, about how crazy everything is. It wasn't something specific, but how in society, but how crazy everything is right now. Didn't even know what the specific topic was. And I just said, I know it is so anti-white. I don't know how this country is going to survive. And they looked at me for a second, eyes got big, and then they were like, yeah. That's all it takes. I guarantee you that they ended up sharing that elsewhere. Get circles, and so then when we are live, and once you've gone far enough in those circles that you could introduce something like the Going Free stream here, our gathering, you can take the URL and you drop it over there. Hey, my friends, you know, I'm the guy or the gal that is, you all know, to be friendly and always doing the right thing, the moral upstanding one. And here's something that's worth watching. You be the message. God bless every single one of you for endeavoring to do so. We've got to be, we've got to be the message. We've got to be the neon lights for our URL, our gatherings that we share, because if we don't do it, they're not going to get shared elsewhere. And it's not right now, it is not easy to come by new folks, since they are having their issues in white sympathetic spheres. Outside of those spheres, or the explicit ones, you'll find implicit white sympathetic spheres where you will have more success. You're going to be dealing with a couple comments like Nate was sharing, like, why are you making this about race? Well, they've said they're going to kill you for your race. Why are you making it about race? Handle it and move through it, and you can do it. So that's where we need to be going. Let's jump over here to some announcements really quick as we come to coming up on the bottom of the 7th hour, East Coast time, United States, in the once great state of Virginia. We had the faces of Mr. George and myself carved into a mountain. Did you hear that at the beginning of the gathering, ladies and gentlemen? I couldn't believe it myself. But the man who did it was Arcade Outpost. And this is what it looks like. Can you believe it? I mean, he climbed up there. Think about how quick he had to be to make that happen. He got rid of the monstrosities that were there on the mountain before. And now that it's it's beautiful. I think from now on, we're going to see much more homage to Mount Rushmore. This is how you fix things. This is proper work. I mean, it was pretty much one man, right, that did it in the first place. And now Arcade Outpost, big round of raucous emojis for Arcade Outpost, got up there, rappelling on the mountain and hovering where need be. And he has chiseled Mr. George and myself. I think we look fairly handsome, don't we? We look beautiful beside those fathers of America right there. So you have the fathers of America right there, and then you have two of the guys who helped to keep it alive, or to reignite its flame, or whatever, reignite its bloom stalks. That's what it'll be. We have two of the men who helped to reignite its bloom stalks, and inside, you all have heard rumors about this, that there are secret rooms inside the heads of these carved busts on the side of the mountain. Well, I can confirm that inside Mr. George and inside of my head, the busts of Mr. George and myself, the floating heads on this mountain, you will find halls of heroes where all of the names of all of the good people who have worked so diligently to bring about white well-being and to recapture our destiny, they all are kept and remembered for all time. And that is glorious. Thank you so much, Arcade Outpost. And somebody's going to have to let Mr. George know that we are now on Mount Rushmore, so that when the FBI knocks on his door, he'll know, what's this all about? My face on Mount Rushmore? Couldn't be. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And looks like Groundhog Fury says, is that where the expression chiseled jaw comes from? Yes, I guess so. That is where it came from. So thanks so much. And what else do we have here? Hey, let's get a big round of applause going for HB 2014 is back, ladies and gentlemen. And he's back like a storm. Come in a storm at this vernal weather, a storm of petals cascading down from the trees as you zip through with your automobile. And it is like some sort of wonderland. It is back like a storm of petals, and that's HB 2014. So glad to have you back. A big celebration, adulation for our dear brother who has returned. Let's keep the applause going for the next issue of the White People's Quarterly, which is now available. And I don't know if I've mentioned maybe just once or twice or whatever, that calendar is the White People's Press calendar. It's lovely pictures from all over Europe. I believe they're just from Europe, I believe, but they're stunning, and you can get one as well. It's never too late. These are the kind of pictures that you would want to frame. They look so glorious, and put it up on your wall. Let your children see this. You see it. Be inspired by the beauty. Do not turn on, what was that show with the kind of fattish guy that was really dumb? It was always, when it's a white guy, he's always a really dumb guy. Married with Children. Do not watch that filth. Put up lovely, glorious pictures in your home of our great creations, of our great works. Let that inspire you so that the best of you can shine through into the world and make a big difference. White People's Quarterly is now available, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, there's going to be a picture, a page in there. Let's see if I can make this work at the same time. We don't need sound. So let's see if we can find this. White People's Quarterly, Volume 1, Number 4. And there it is, if you can see it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. I'm going to have mine as soon as I possibly can. A huge round of raucous emojis for Tony Vermont, who does, as far as I know, the lion's share of all of the work here. And we specifically, as you remember, have a page. I wonder if I can't. There it is, right there, ladies and gentlemen. A page honoring heroes in service to white well-being. Let's keep those raucous emojis for Final Blossom, who did the vast majority of the work grabbing names. He grabbed maybe 100 times the number of names that we have here. And of course, we used that list. So it's Final Blossom. The majority of gratitude goes to him and the extraordinary work that gentleman does. He is such a champion. After him is Althea and Tony Vermont himself. They work together, and I think she trimmed down the list, and he built the page, and then they went back and forth on the aesthetic. It is glorious. So big round of applause to those champions. Hey, your name might be in there. You might want to get this magazine. If it's not in this one, we're going to be repeating this process. So you can see how many names are on that page. You might be there as one of the heroes in service to white well-being. A magnificent thing, a wonderful, a splendid thing to do. And we thank Tony Vermont, Final Blossom, and Althea for their truly glorious efforts on that project. We're gonna keep it up, folks. Do not miss out on this magazine. It is, as you know, we'll do a little leaf through here, and you'll see the different types of articles. There's Jody K. Mr. George is in it again because his talents are limitless, as you know. So many wonderful tales, stories, reviews, dissections. Beautiful. Isom. Another, we're talking about language the other day. This is Isom. And you can get your own. Do not miss out. Share this with the family. Share it with the people who come over. It is a stupendous way to keep the process moving forward, paying it forward, going free. And thank you all so very much for that extraordinary work there on that project. And we'll talk about it again when I get my copy here. I will share it with all of you. Now, coming up, we have the thaumaturgical, isn't that what I called it? Thaumaturgy, and then the adjective is thaumaturgical mailbag. We do have a letter in there, just one, and it will be with us, and we'll take a peek at that. We also have let me look at my notes. We have the video coming up of the woman that I titled the video "Self-Hate to Self-Love," and I will play that video and we'll talk about it. And we are going to pick up the pace. We also have the from Groundhog Fury. We're going to be sharing why it went. The Biden-induced bipolar syndrome went from BBS to BIBS. You're going to not want to miss that. And the story on us in the Santa Cruz Sentinel in California, a stupendous victory. So we're absolutely going to have to hurry so we can also get to all of your calls here coming up, folks. So we will take a short break and we will be right back.
They cannot make what we have made. A lesson learned is not forgiving. Shattered, dirty, bloody blade. When we're done, we'll keep on living. Our spirit bound to all that burns. Fire is the fuel, we are the pure. The sleepers wake and once we yearn. A deep regret, no vision to unsure. running high. The day has come and come to tide. Run away, running high. The stream of life is sanctified. Run away, running high. The day has come and come the tide. Run away, running high. The stream of life is sanctified.
Of course it's muted. The most underrated gathering in the entire world, without question. Let me just... That, my friends, is the sound of coffee with nitrogen in it. And it makes foam like beer. If you do it just right, it will work just right. Let me see. Let's see. You see that? Foam, just like beer. I don't drink beer, but I do drink coffee. Oh, tasty. Do I sound okay? Is the mic right? Drink less coffee, says Jessica. Great to see you, sweet sister. And look who's also with us. 4-0. Right in time. Great to see you, brother. Another just champion without limit to his abilities. And we're going to see so many more. Again, it may well be that in another 2 years or so, 3 years, who knows, that you'll be sitting around with friends and you'll say, I remember when it was 150 of us that would show up to the gatherings. And now there are 1 million going free, 500,000 going free, 7 million going free worldwide. And then you'll see in each like little area and on each country as well, you'll see the local patriot or ant-nat group or whatever it is that's really just something to hold our people down, complaining and wanting to try to ban going free on their shores or in their community or whatever it is. Let's take a quick look over at Groundhog Fury, because I don't know how much longer he'll be able to be with us. He's here. So good. Now, there's a reason why, there are two reasons why we are going from the BBS as the acronym for the Biden-induced bipolar syndrome to BIBS. Number one is it's better. Groundhog Fury came up with it, and it was better than what I came up with. It built on what I did. And so we always go with what is better. And this is better. We've immediately adopted it. And BIBS, very easy to remember, very easy to talk about, and makes it also, bring up in your own conversations, makes it also easy to mock those who need to be mocked, who are suffering from BIBS, and also to gently cajole, maybe with some less than positive or less than optimal thoughts, those who have gone the other direction and the bipolar part of this syndrome, which of course is not an official syndrome that recognized by psychiatry anywhere on planet Earth. We have invented it for just the heck of it. And so do not think, if you have any issues, please see your psychiatrist. This is not a remedy or any sort of, I'm not doctoring at all, not a diagnosis. I will stay away from that ribald joke. So we are here at a family gathering. That's family friendly. And who said it? If you're with us, said was it Reptile said we're not only family friendly, but we are a friendly family. I think that was that Reptile? That is brilliant. So we've got BIBS now. BIBS, that is what we're talking about. And the other reason why it would have been BIBS alone would have been enough for me to just go with it. But we had the great Groundhog Fury. And get your raucous emojis out, wind them up, whatever it takes. Does it take catnip? Do you have to maybe shake some smelling sauce up in their face, or some of that chili pepper? What does it take to wind them up? Tickle them under the arms. Get them ready, because he did this. This is absolutely magnificent, and it should go everywhere. Grown men shouldn't have BIBS. Help your friends recover from Biden-induced bipolar syndrome. Let me pull down the ticker for a minute so you can see the if you want to screen capture the whole beauty of it. And you can see here that these fellows who think they're quite tough have bibs on, and on the bibs it says white, and then kind of blurred out underneath of the bib a particular word that is a synonym of puissant, and then you have some of them have some other sort of nitwittery on, and they think they're quite tough, and they also have pacifiers in their mouths. Of course, we object to playing the villain in the anti-white narrative in all its forms, not just this one. So anybody playing the villain, they're in bibs, especially right now. These folks in these circles they're really on the ascendancy, and I hope they do something good, being on the ascendancy with all of these people who are panicking and suddenly deciding that they have to be really radical by way of the metric of the anti-white narrative. And so there you have it. My deepest love and gratitude and astonishment at Groundhog Fury's ability. He's not only a great artist, but he's a great thinker, and he put that together, and there you have it. What a champion. Make sure you screen capture that and then share that in the different places where it might be useful, where a bunch of guys are talking tough. They're really talking tough. They're going to do X, Y, and Z. And then you can say, well, look, you're just suffering from bibs. You should go free instead. Love it. Well done, brother. Let's jump over to the story really quickly out of Santa Cruz. Oh, and to get the magazine, it is White People Quarterly. Is it com? What is it? I've closed it, so let me just do this. And but it's White People, not Peoples. Even though the magazine is Peoples, it's White People's Press and White People's Quarterly. The website is whitepeoplepress.com. Whitepeoplepress.com. I don't get any money out of it. I don't get any kickback out of it. We are growing our own economy. I want everyone who participates, who has the industry and the intelligence and the effort, to be enriched by their efforts so that they can have a nice firm base on which to serve white well-being. That is how we'll know who are genuine and who are false. If somebody shows up and they just want to make dough and they're not serving white well-being, the spirit of the West is not in them. As we see with these folks, the spirit of the West is clearly in them. We'll make sure to let folks know who those individuals are. Let's jump over to this Santa Cruz Sentinel. A lot of work to do. Troubling local acts in Capitola. Relevant as bias training is Wade. Rocks, flyers found in town warn of anti-whitism. I have my thoughts, but of course I don't know who is doing this. But let's get the emojis out again for this beautiful person or people and the work that they are doing that has engendered this colossal misstep by the anti-whites. This is, I'm told, is a fairly large media outlet in Santa Cruz. So in the title, we win. In the title, how many of you out there have the eyes to see that in the title we have already won? Rocks flyers found in town warn of anti-whiteism. That empowers every single white reader. I've been trying to say for so long, and I'm going to continue just being excited about it, excited about the successes, excited about what it does. It is news report after news item, after newscast, after newspaper, time and again, even on the real rags online, who do their darndest to make us look as bad as possible, to make us look as just like the villains in their story. They stumble all over themselves, and they empower Western kind when they do so. This is a lexicon. These are dialectics that win, that finally win. This is not a snarky inversion. This is not a I know you are, but what am I kind of a statement that you get out of all of these groypers and all of this, and more power to them for making the effort. I mean, I definitely respect people when, you know, they want to build a dam and they are moving dirt with a serving spoon rather than the earth movers that we are using. I mean, I really respect the effort that they're making. But this changes the world. It changes the world. It warns, these rocks flyers found in town warn of anti-whiteism. Any idea, anybody out there that listening right now, what could the title end up saying if it were something else there? Warn of wokeism? What if people were passing out leaflets that were warning of wokeism, or were warning of any of the other things that the anti-whites have come up with? Would that serve? Would that benefit white people at all? Sometimes I have to wonder. I know all the adult children who are listening to this with their parents and or guardians right now are saying, yeah, I perfectly get it. It makes perfect sense to me. So the adults not getting it is something alarming. Capitola. The Capitola City Council on Thursday voted to make implicit bias training mandatory for council members, commissioners, and employees of the city. Implicit. So this is heresy to anti-whiteism that is implied rather than overt, explicit. Now you have to go through this victimization if you're white. Who are they aiming this at? It's only aimed at white people. That's it. So your argument is, if you're going free, you're smart, not like everybody else. They can be smart. You're smarter. All right. We'll say they're smart, but you're smarter. All right. It's just the way God made you. And you're getting smarter by the day by addressing your MPs. No big deal. And they look less and less intelligent as you get more and more intelligent. They would talk here about, and they would be talking about implicit bias training and how it's not fair, and where's the money coming from that, for that, and all of these other stupid things, right? You know it. You know it. If you're going free, you know that the story here is that white people are being victimized by having to undergo these so-called training, these torture rooms where they are told how evil and wrong and backward they are. And they're subjected to mispretexts to get them to put down their guard and give away, allow themselves to be victimized, give away everything they've worked for, right? That's the story. A start to making the city a comfortable place for those of all backgrounds, council members acknowledged. So again, what would everybody else be talking about? They would be talking about why does the city have to be made a place that's how is it not comfortable for everybody already? What ways can it's already comfortable for people of all races for these reasons. Just, you know what I'm talking about, right? You just want to maybe give that person a pat on the head and a pacifier and let them go play with finger paints? The city's staff recommended action was to approve public workshops for the city council and city department heads, including commissions, hold police and community service officers to 8-hour implicit bias and racial profiling courses, already required every 5 years, and give other city employees access to a self-led digital program. So every employee of the city, if you're white, you're going to be subjected to victimization by the city. And in that victimization, in that brainwashing, you're going to be told about how evil Western kind is, how evil you are, and how you could be implicitly, accidentally making, or no, not even, it's happening. You just are not surrendering yet. You're just not giving up enough yet. Instead of accepting the recommended action, the council moved to make the training required, not just accessible, to all city affiliates. So this, I guess, is going to be businesses doing business with the city as well, not just city employees. Staff is to return with details on the training, including who could facilitate it, how and when to set stricter standards. Where are we going? How far is the victimization going to go for Western kind? Is the day not far away where white people are going to have to get on their knees, perhaps, as we've seen them do in the streets, and beg for forgiveness to be allowed to have their city jobs, their government jobs, to be allowed to have their government contract? They're going to have to make all of their employees do that. Are they going to be forced at some? I mean, this is self-flagellation. When will that become a? It's already physical in that it's affecting the mind. Just because these people aren't hitting themselves with a reed or something like this, that doesn't mean they're not harming themselves physically when they're forced to go through something like this. They are being harmed physically. It is psychologically, and therefore the totality of their physical being, right? That's what we talk about. Mayor Brooks suggested requiring training every 2 years for all linked to city after 2 members of the public asked staff to bulk up their recommendation and make sure that the training was intentional and personal. This is an ask that could be brought back up when the staff returns. Quote, this idea is not just a fad, Brooks said. Quote, the way that people are behaving is not an offshoot thing. It's a real problem in our community, and it's certainly important for us to address this, close quote. Of course, you all know that no one is walking around in Santa Cruz behaving, especially working for the government and the businesses that work with the government contracts, like villains in the anti-white narrative. These are just white people, just Westmen, men, women, living their lives, working, trying to pay their bills, trying to get through another day, trying to deal with the auto accident they had, the health issue that they're having, whatever it might be. And they are saying, the anti-whites are saying, oh no, you are just implicitly, automatically evil. And so you need to be told that you are always evil, and you need to make amends for being always evil and of an evil people. What do we say in Going Free? And a white person can never be anti-white enough to escape this victimization. Not just in the moment, but it's got to be anti-white enough for all time. And that standard for being anti-white is steadily getting higher and higher. It's steadily getting stricter and stricter. And we see it in the evidence all around us. So what does that mean for the white population of Santa Cruz? They don't want to become villains of various types, right? But how long do you think they'll be able to endure this and not look elsewhere? Well, they have elsewhere to look. Not just a national issue. The vote was timely as council member Kristen Peterson began her comments at the meeting with the Department of Hate Crimes and Bigotry. She says this unfortunately was not just in light of the Atlanta attacks, but due to local acts too. Rocks painted with the URL nowhiteguilt.org have been placed in the drought tolerant demonstration garden at Capitola Avenue and 49th Avenue, Peterson informed her fellow council members. Additionally, flyers with the same agenda have been posted near the Rispin Mansion. By email, Peterson shared the flyers she shared that the flyers carry a controversial motto. Quote, "Systemic prejudice against whites is a crime," close quote. No White Guilt, a website designed to raise awareness of anti-whiteness. Now, this is where the flaw is in this leaflet, was founded by author and YouTuber Jason Köhne. Köhne encourages believers of his rhetoric to, quote, call out anti-whiteism in all its forms and, quote, support white positive persons and organizations, close quote, to, quote, help ensure the well-being of Western kind, close quote. Köhne's personal social media provides a location of Washington, D.C. The link to any region of Santa Cruz County has not yet been identified. My God, how dumb would you have to be to not see the earth-moving victory of this encounter with the media, with the anti-white media trained and hired and staffed and fired and promoted to be astute at applying the anti-white narrative and destroying every white person who cares about white well-being. We just mopped the floor with them. I want to read this again very quickly. This is in a sizable news source in Santa Cruz. Quote, systemic prejudice against whites. This is what they say, the controversial motto. And I want to ask you this as I go through it again. What do you think the white people who are going to be subjected to all of this victimization, this absolute hatred, anti-whiteism, what do you think they're going to think about this no white guilt and this community? What do you think? I really want you to think about it. And what might they think if subjected to all of this anti-whiteism and this hatred and this need to apologize, if the alternative wasn't the white well-being community, but instead was some newer version of ant-nat nitwittery, some chumped up third position, racial socialism? What do you think? Truly do the thought process in your head. The flyers carry a controversial motto, quote, which, by the way, is revealing to the readers the bias, the anti-white bias of the author and the paper and the editor, etc. Quote, systemic prejudice against whites is a crime. No White Guilt, a website designed to raise awareness of, quote, anti-whiteness. So somebody who's going free made the error of using whiteness. We never use whiteness. Why is that? What could this author and editor or editors have done with the word whiteness? They could have said whiteness, according to Noel Ignatieff, once established and esteemed professor at Harvard University, is, and then they would go through telling their readers how evil the leafleter and all of us are, simply based on the word whiteness. Never use that disgusting term. Never, ever. I mean, you make the error, it's okay. We all make errors. Never make it again. Never make the error again. Never use whiteness. Never use whiteness. I just told you how the author and editors could have destroyed us. Fortunately, the author and editors looked at my literature to demonize me. And I am not going to accidentally use whiteness. So, was founded by author and YouTuber Jason Köhne. Köhne encourages believers of his rhetoric. You see, they're trying to make me look awful. They're trying to make going free look awful. Two, and now I want you, while they're trying to make me going free and all of you look awful, I want you to think about the white people who are having to go through this victimization in all of these classes. I want you to think about them reading this, all right? And then if you can do it, think about what if instead of they're having to sit in these classes where they're getting victimized, told how evil they are, how evil their people are, there's nothing they can do. They can't be anti-white enough. And the anti-white victimization through these trainings, through these torture sessions gets worse every other year, right? Try to compare what their impression would be of this article if it's white well-being versus anything else. Köhne encourages believers of his rhetoric to, quote, call out anti-whiteism in all its forms, close quote, and, quote, support white positive persons and organizations, close quote, to, quote, help ensure the well-being of Western kind, close quote. I want to give a big thank you to the young lady who found this article and who then sent it to another young lady who then sent it to me. This kind of thing make no mistake, this is happening all over the United States and all over the world, where the media and anti-whites are coming into contact with the rhetoric and dialectics of who and what we truly are, not what they want us to be. And they lose every time. We just don't find out about it because one of our people going free doesn't spot it and then send it, or somebody who knows about going free doesn't spot it and then send it, and then I'm able to talk about it. I guarantee you it's happening all over planet Earth and will be happening more and more. What a magnificent victory this is, an absolutely colossal victory. And if you cannot see what kind of a victory this is, then you need to go free harder than you are. You've got a long way to go, but that's fine. And we welcome you to keep up the pace. I got to keep rolling with this. Sadly, these kinds of actions, along with the boarding up of some of the businesses when the MLB, I'm not talking about baseball, just look at it backwards, March came through town last summer, and recently public letters condemning council members for requesting additional information about the anti-white slur racism in our city's history. You see, it doesn't end. It's part of a story. Are part of the reason why many have questioned if Capitola is a place that is safe and welcoming for all. Peterson said late Thursday evening. What do you think a white person reading that is saying? Hold on a second. The average white person, the average vague, is going to say, hold on. You're saying to me that my city, Capitola, is evil because white people, and that this guy's saying that he objects to anti-whiteism and he supports white well-being, and that means the well-being for all of Western kind. You're saying that makes this city, Capitola, an unsafe place, a place that is not good? That's what you're saying? Do you see how victimizing going free spreads out the victim pool? Do you see how these words alone will empower? Who knows what's going to happen in those offices now? Who knows what kind of council members are going to stand up now with some of that verbiage and say, this is just clearly anti-white. How is this going to benefit Capitola at all? What else? Is there anything else here that's worthy of reading? I'm grateful that for our city members, city staff, and community members and work to eradicate this kind of hate in our city and seek to replace it with inclusive and anti-white slur racist behavior, which we know is a code word for anti-white, that benefit all who live and visit here. Peterson said, quote, clearly, we have a lot of work to do. Hate is what they just called white well-being. God bless them. Keep it up. Keep it up. We have these people from sympathetics, white sympathetics from elsewhere saying, well, they're just going to call what you're doing hate. Please, I hope they do. They can call what you do hate because it is. You hate other groups of man. But when they call white well-being hate, when they write these kind of pieces that are being written all over the country and around the world now, we win every single time. We got to keep rolling because I want to get to more calls. My gosh. We're going to jump right into this video. Self-hate to self-love. This wonderful lady. And we're going to watch it right here. Oh, I know where it is. Wait till you see this because we're already at 5 minutes after. We have 54 and a half minutes left. So we have to roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. It should be under videos. And this is it. She begins the video with some photographs out of Go Free. So this is as I say, a lovely woman with a wonderful husband and children. They are beautiful people, a wonderful little family. And they started going free and they are just transforming. I mean, talk about the transformation from caterpillar to butterfly. This is a caterpillar or less. I mean, this is like bed bug to a butterfly the size of a condor, maybe. Let's watch.
I didn't know that reddy skin was an actual skin tone. I thought that white skin was a degeneracy from melanated skin. So I believe that I was lacking something.
So just stop right there. Look at this beautiful woman. This woman is absolutely beautiful, wonderful, handsome husband, beautiful children. And she had been infected, just like all of us had been infected, with MPs. And the MPs are created, in some cases, they give you their answer. But in most cases, the purpose of the MP is far more intelligent. We have people, white sympathetics, who will talk about how brilliant these anti-whites were who created this sort of stuff, but they never actually took it apart and found out how to defeat it like we did here and are doing here. So it's an ongoing process. And it is thanks to so many great minds that are doing. I'm just a piece of it. And there are so many people who are contributing. It is a giant team effort. I'm another person on the field. This woman is sharing. Do you have the courage to have the courage that this woman has here? Not just, I mean, having the courage to make a video, and she's on video as well. But do you have the courage to even say this is where you were, that you thought your white skin was inferior? You thought, and where, as I was saying, the place that MPs are most powerful is when they give you all of the information you need to arrive at only one or two or three conclusions that are all bad. That is the most powerful form of manipulation, because the victim believes that it is their own deduction that has informed their thought, when in reality, it is their victimizer. It is the 200 level IQ of control, ladies and gentlemen. We have taken it apart and we have a remedy for it. Let's watch.
So sometimes when I would see other people with very fair skin like me, I would feel bad for them because I felt
bad for the, so this was an honest opinion. Looking at white people, she was so victimized by the anti-whites that white skin was inferior, that when she saw fair-skinned white people, instead of seeing another variety of our great exquisite beauty, she felt bad for them. She felt bad. And she has the honor here and the courage here to say that these were the thoughts. I can tell you right now, there are guys who squat, rep out at 500 pounds on squat, and they don't have the courage to even admit that they feel white guilt. They walk around, I never felt any white guilt. Bravo, Sierra. This little girl, this little lady, this beautiful little woman here is far braver than they are.
they too were also lacking something. I actually used to get anxiety every spring about the summertime thinking, oh my gosh, I have to get to a tanning bed or get tanned because I didn't want to have to go outside and look too white.
Now here's and listen to that. You can hear not only in the words that she is saying, but in the tone, in the way that she's saying these things, the expressions on her face, that this is egregious victimization. This is deep in her psyche. I wonder, I mean, how many people are going to really have the courage to dig deep into their wounds like this and be able to share them? It's just even in the privacy of your own life. You don't have to tell everybody about it, but you're going to speed up your recovery if you do. And a quick comment to the tanning. Tanning, something that is offered to Western kind that not every race of man has as much an opportunity to avail themselves of, is the ability to occasionally tan to modify our beauty. So we can be beautiful without a tan, and we can get a tan and be beautiful as well. That's not what's happening here. She's feeling like she was disgusting and that she had to get a tan to remedy how objectionable her skin was. That's not what's happening. So a healthy view of a tan is we can modify, we can dye our hair different color, and modify our beauty in several different ways. We can be beautiful in the way we are naturally. We can be beautiful when we have a tan. We can be beautiful. And so all of this are options open up to our beauty. That's not what's happening here with this woman at that point in her life.
One of the goals of tanning for me has always been to hide the fact that you can see the red tones and the blue veins under my skin. I can't count how many times I've made comments to others.
And think about this. This is something that throughout history, all the way up to anti-whitism, something throughout history that was considered, certainly within our people, but I mean, you could talk about where the feet are pointed of other groups of man. This variety of shades, this color under the skin, this color that can come and go, and this depending on mood. They said of Alexander the Great that every single one of his moods was visible in his face. It would show through in the different colors. This was something that was considered truly magnificent until anti-whitism. And now, because of the victims, and this way, I want you to think right now when you're looking at this woman, don't look at her just at this age. I want you to see the little girl inside of her that was subjected to this evil. And by doing so, see the little girls and little boys, white little girls and little boys who are being subjected to this evil today. Are you going to allow that to continue? Are you not going to get in the way of that victimization?
People with fair skin like, oh my gosh, you're so white, or you're too white. I've said this to my friends I would see people and think they were too white.
So there you have, and that's the little nervous laughter. She doesn't think it's actually funny. She regrets having done it, rather. So she was hating herself, and because of the MPs, also hating other white people who had that trait. Remember at the beginning of Go Free, we talk about, I give a couple little different names. I talk about the little boy Smith. And then I say, might he learns that all Smiths are dumb. Might he turn against Smiths? And that's exactly what you saw, what you're seeing happen for this beautiful woman when she was a child or a younger adult.
And this is going to sound super lame, but it's true. I went most of my life refusing to wear shorts in the summertime unless I was tan because my legs are so white. I lived on the beach for almost 3 years, and I would avoid going down through the public park to into the water because I was always embarrassed about how white I am, you know, like being the whitest person on the beach.
Just the pain that is there being masked by these little bits of laughter and these little frowns that are made to look like a grin, and the pain in her eyes, it really breaks my heart. This is torture that she has lived with in her life. This is absolute, abject, squalid torture. And it is so infuriating. It's a family show. I'm not going to get carried away. This is torture. Folks, especially you little boys and little girls out there, you are beautiful if you are white. You are beautiful. There is nothing about you that is ugly. Hear my voice. There is nothing about you that is ugly because you are white. Irrespective of the shade of white or whatever, hair, eye color, whatever it is, the spirit of the West is in you. You are beautiful. You don't listen to a thing those anti-whites say. And we will put an end. When we recapture our destiny, there won't be a single word. The moment that anybody says, it won't even be conceivable to say something objectionable to the whitest person on the beach. The thing that'll be said is, what lovely skin you have. I hope you're protecting it so that you don't end up getting terrible wrinkles and skin cancer.
I have very rambunctious little boys, and I used to think that they were so rambunctious because they're white.
Stop right there. This is a whole nother slew of MPs. And this is a white mother like millions and millions of white mothers out there who have been taught to believe, by way of anti-whitism, that there's something wrong with little white boys being rambunctious, that it's immoral, that it's broken, that it's defective. We need to be talking about these things. This is what's important. This is where the healing is going to be. This woman right here, when she agreed to allow me to share this with you, my heart sang, because she, with your help, who knows how many, will help tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of our people. This act alone, her going free and her coming, her opening up with this testimonial, it is truly a beautiful thing. So she was inflicting victimization on her white little boys, and by way of what she was thinking, and you'll see here in a minute that she wanted them out in the sun all of the time because of what anti-whitism had done to her. How badly were you victimized by your parents? How badly have you victimized other white people because of what anti-whitism did to your parents, your siblings, to you?
I remember thinking that I had to prioritize getting my son outside to play so that he could get a tan too and not look so white.
Tell me that is not one of the most painful things you have ever heard where that ended. Get the sons out in the sun all the time so that they would not look. And she says so white, but by saying so white, she means white, just white. Got to get them out in the sun so they don't look white, because she's learned that white is evil, white is wrong. My heart cries for her and her babies, and it sings with joy for going free, for the growth that she's making, for the pride. She's making wonderful posts all the time. She's a wonderful woman. Please, let's get a really big round of loving family emojis for her, her husband, her babies, doing this, being the hero that she is. God bless her. I got to keep rolling, and I'll say more. We'll come back to that another time. God bless you, sweet sister. And if you give me a name that I can call you in the live chat, I will call you by that name. We're going to jump over quickly. God, that just has so much meaning. Thank you for sharing your growth and going free. Her boys, I can tell you this, with a mother like that, those are going to be true men of the West. Those little boys, those sons of the West right now, they are going to be genuine, glorious men of the West, without doubt. Imagine the little boys down the street whose mother is anti-white and not going free. We have a community comments, Mantis memo. Look, we got another Mantis memo. Mantis writes here, I posted this comment on the NWG Clips channel, but I want to leave it here also. It was under the clip where Jason was discussing the futility of trying to debunk the official narrative surrounding a certain historical event that is said to have taken place in Eastern Europe in 1940s. My comment was, let's just say that everything that is said to have happened according to the mainstream news sources in Eastern Europe in 1940s happened exactly as we are told it happened. Would that then justify the white erasure that is happening today in 2021? Or what if it had been even worse than what they say happened? Would that then justify the white erasure that is happening today in 2021? Or what if it had all been greatly exaggerated and used as a rod to bash all white people over the head for the last 70 years? Would that then justify the white erasure that is happening today in 2021? Whichever way you cut it, and whatever you believe happened or didn't happen, nothing justifies harm being inflicted on our people, and that should be our main focus. Our people and our well-being should always be what's important. If some other non-white group want to hold up some historical event as being deeply important to them, then that's no skin off my nose. I only object when they try to use it to inflict harm on white people. I am not interested in the validity of their historical claim. My objections to harm being visited on my people are not conditional on some historical event being true or false. I object to harm being inflicted on white people because I am a decent human being. If someone wants to do harm to white people, there is nothing to discuss. I object. And that is the Mantis memo this week. Thank you so much, dear brother. I don't want to forget, we also have this wonderful in the mailbag. I got to just take a quick detour from our good dear friend Johnny Reb, who wrote me asking just how I was doing and wanted to check up on me, make sure everything was going well, and included a $25 financial gift. God bless you, dear brother. That is Johnny Reb, who I spent a wonderful couple of days with down in Texas, and I cannot wait to return. It was so glorious. We have a great comment here from, I will just call you S, because I don't know what I'm allowed to call you. He writes, Jason, the book is brilliant. And he shared a, I don't know if this is the picture that you shared or not. I might have them mixed up, but I will share this. Jason, the book is brilliant. I am, and he gives an age that's in his 40s. Born Guilty is so parallel with everything I've experienced here as a teen and up until now. There is so much more I could say, but I will just state thank you. Your book is amazing and resonates with me more than you know. We were very few and very radical and hated for our open eyes back in the 90s. I'm at page 265 and can't put it down. Great work, brother. We have, and thank you very much for that grand testimonial and that photograph, if that was indeed your photograph. We have Grand Flash writes, thank you for the DIY videos. I did a battery changing video. Somewhere out there is an 18-year-old college kid who is going free, who will meet his future wife when helping her change her battery, while all the anti-whites studying basket weaving there stand around and look on. LOL. You're absolutely right. Ruth Rose writes, such a great stream. I had been silently watching Tap and Go Free for a good bit. Yiz really inspired me to take the next step and examine my day today so I could find ways to further white well-being. I can't thank you all enough. Blue Collar Hero writes, the best advice is to forget your old life. Living in the past will hold you back from a legitimate, productive, positive life, white positive. The future is irrelevant if your present situation is negative or self-destructive. Playing the villain is in the anti-white narrative is a conditioned circumstance. It takes awareness and work to go free of it. Without going free, there are so many obstacles and pressures that derail us. I'm rambling, he writes. You must want to be better than your present self. He goes on, and you can find the rest of it on, I think it is the last Going Free thread. Dump Trick says, first time watching your content, and I am really impressed with your presentation here. He also asked, do you have an opinion on Nick Fuentes and his crew? I'd imagine you would appreciate what each other stand for, but maybe I'm wrong. I think Nick tries to ridicule, as he does with most things. Me, for the most part, I definitely appreciate him for his doom documenting. He documents a lot of the doom, and he does so in a way that's very entertaining. I think he probably dissects some of the doom as well, and in a way that's very entertaining. And so that's important. Our people need to know what's going on, as well as go free of what's going on. Johnny writes, to that girl in the video, there is nothing wrong with having pride for insert your color people here. Nothing wrong. But as long as we are focused on an anti-white narrative culturally, and as long as we live under an anti-white regime, anything that signals that you are feeling positive about white people as a whole will be persecuted. But since almost all words and phrases involving white people standing up for themselves against the persecution waged on them are demonized, we must use vocabulary that cannot become demonized in a way such as white positive, white well-being, when talking about what we want for our peoples. And when addressing attack from anti-white non-whites, they must be addressed as anti-whites practicing anti-whitism. To the girl in the video, thank you for standing up. And this is the 18-year-old woman that we've been talking about recently. He writes more, Johnny Johnson, on the same thread. Thank you, dear brother, for that. You can find it after the gathering here. Sue writes, this has been going for a long time. My child came home, talking about the anti-whitism and the victimization of our people. This has been going on for a long time, she says. My child came home from school and said, quote, it isn't cool to be white, close quote. He was in 5th grade, private Christian school, white teachers, mid-90s. Sue, thank you so much for sharing that testimonial. Being white, it isn't cool to be white. He was in 5th grade at a private Christian school in the mid-90s. It has been going on for far longer than any of us have been alive. Thank you so much for that, Sue. The victimization. Could you imagine saying to a non-white 5th grader, no, you couldn't, because it would be the most repellent, disgusting, objectionable thing that a human being could do. Tell a little non-white child that it's not cool to be who they are. It's evil to be who they are. That would be awful. And we would definitely not do it. And all good people of all races stand up against what's happening to white children right now and white people as a whole. I did want to share this since we were talking. This is a meme I found online, and then I changed the verbiage. It goes with the previous comments. When you play the villain in the anti-white narrative and you meet your friends IRL, you might want to capture that, screen capture it, and share that around, because that's what it looks like. Hemp Master Ninja writes here, I was named the most dangerous, quote, antique nationalist by one YouTuber. I was so wrong in my approach and in my verbiage. Ugh. I deserve every ounce of ridicule for the damage I've done to my own life and worse to others. I'll try to undo what I've done and then try to start to balance the scales the other way. Listen to this. I'm going to read this again. Hemp Master Ninja. I was named the most dangerous, quote, antique nationalist by one YouTuber. I was so wrong in my approach and in my verbiage. Ugh. I deserve every ounce of ridicule for the damage I've done to my own life and worse to others. I'll try to undo what I've done and then try to start to balance the scales the other way. God bless you for having the courage to write that testimonial, especially now when so many people are suffering BIBS and they're heading that direction, like they are on the fire and there's water to be found there when it's only a mirage in the desert, a long, dreadful desert of death littered with the bodies of those who have lost their lives, ruined their lives, taken their own lives, and gone to jail for the rest of their life. Reptile writes here, this is a cry of the afflicted, talking about the 18-year-old girl desperately screaming out against her own sickness. It is an illness that has impaired every aspect of her existence, and one to which she knows no cure. But I've got good news for you, sweetheart, he writes. There is a life-saving treatment, and we've got it right here. All you have to do is go free. He also says, it was Reptile, we aren't just family friendly. We are a friendly family. God bless you. We're going to jump on over to your financial gifts, any questions you might have. And I'm going to take calls. If you want to talk right now, make sure you write me on over on, what is it called again? Skype. And I will call you. That's how this works. You will behave. And so that I don't have to delete your call from the stream, which I am able to do without taking the stream down. If you have financially gifted over on Cash App, I am not seeing it. It's reloading now. I will be taking a, well, wait, I changed my mind. We have I Love Jesus Christ, that sweet and dear lady. I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. Thank you, sweet sister. And she writes, in memory of Dr. Leslie, wife Barbara, Noah 9, was that out of 5. Who are these people? I guess they were murdered. Thank you so very much for that $10 financial gift. I love Jesus Christ. She financially gifted again another $5. I love Jesus Christ. Thank you so very much. So very much, sweet sister. $5 financial gift. And this one, she says, in memory of James Lewis, worked for the Leslies. Oh, were these the doctor and the wife and the children who were murdered by the anti-white, non-white NFL player? Was this the family? I mean, how much can you do? How good can your life be to be able to play a game for a living and make scores and scores of millions of dollars doing it? Have all of the, irrespective of your race, have all of the best looking white women available, and you still are going to be this anti-white monster and murder this family. I can't even get into it. This is a family friendly show, and I could end up getting quite angry. We do have Mr. V in the wings waiting for a phone call, and we will be calling him in just a moment, getting to these calls. Even though we have more time, I did this so that we could have more calls if there are going to be more calls. So write me at Skype at I'm Jason Köhne, K_Hne, then no white guilt with no spaces between the no white guilt on Skype. Write me. I call you back if you would like a little slot to talk about something relevant, I hope. And so Mr. V is in the waiting. He will be first. And he is at the front of the queue. We're going to jump back over here to Entropy, take a quick look, and we have, let's get a huge round of raucous emojis together, ladies and gentlemen, for the great Iraq Syndrome, who has come through for us with a $100 financial gift. God bless you, brother. A big salute to you. Thank you so very much for that support. He writes, I'm 2 hours late again this Sunday. I'm sure it's been good so far. Again, like last week, I love the positivity of NWG and our people in this community and all of the commitment to white well-being and the future of our children. I am certain that we will be able to grow this community 10,000-fold in the next few years and get NWG language and ideas mainstream. Brother, I absolutely love what you wrote there. It's our language, it's our lexicon, and it's our dialectics, and we are going to get it out there. We are going to grow this, and because it wins. Like you saw today, if you were here with us for that article, it wins again and again and again. And eventually, if our white brothers and sisters out there are going to want to make it, they're going to want to survive, they're going to want to thrive, they're going to have to adopt this lexicon, or they're going to go down the history's toilet, and they'll be slandered with everything else that goes down the toilet. Nothing good will be said of them ever, ever, ever again. I feel like I'm missing somebody over here on... Okay, yes. It just sprang, it just loaded. So Jesse, thank you so much, dear sister. Wrote with $5. The sweet lady says, what do you say to someone who says the people who say voter ID is the anti-white slur racist because they think that non-white people are incapable of getting IDs, are the real are the real racists, knowing we don't use the word racist. Yeah, never say anything like that. You want to, so you're saying, what do you say to someone who says that people who say that voter ID is evil? So what they're saying is voter ID is evil. So what they're saying is that it is that white people are evil to require an ID and identification for every voter. So you're going to put it back on the anti-white person, and you're going to say, why is it anti-white? Why are you anti-white? Why do you want to victimize Western kind? If we allow people to vote who are not allowed to vote for whatever reasons, if they're not allowed to vote for whatever reasons, every one of those vote cancel out a white person's vote who has earned the right to vote, has showed up with their ID, etc., whatever it is. You want to cancel out their vote. So why are you so anti-white? Flip it around on them. Tell me how it works for you, and we'll get back to it with more time next time. Soundkiller, $10 financial gift, says, I recently heard, thank you so much, the both of you, for your financial gifts. I recently heard a meme pathogen from an anti-white media source. In reference to whites being replaced by non-whites in America, they use the phrase demographic refreshment. Wow. Yes, I've heard it before. Not used very often because it's so obviously anti-white. To the anti-whites, it is only refreshing to change the demographics in white majority countries. Yeah, well, you're going the right direction, brother, by pointing out right away that it is anti-white. So obviously by saying refresh, they're saying that something is stale, negative, wrong about the white race. Why are they so anti-white? Why do they have those views? What's going to happen, Mr. and Mrs. Anti-White, to the white population when they are refreshed, as you're saying, when really they are white erased? Why do you want to white erase them? What's going to happen to the white children whose father, mother get fired when the population is refreshed, as you call it, white erased, as it actually is, anti-white? You have the conversation with them from that angle. Thank you so much, Soundkiller. The great K-Max McDonald is here and writes with $5. Thank you so much, good brother. Jason, what advice should I give my 21-year-old nephew who is blue collar and wishes not to go to college to make it as a white working class guy? Should he learn a trade and try to avoid the attacks of that working class world as a white person? Yes, I mean, if he likes working with his hands, then yes, he should learn a trade, and preferably learn one trade while slowly building up knowledge in another trade, so that he has at least two, and find and get into a trade that he can apply in a great many different scenarios. So don't just get into the trade of the conveyor line at the automotive plant because it's so specialized that if he gets fired from there, he's done. He can't find a job anywhere else. That's what I would say. He doesn't, unless it's an environment where unless what he wants to do is an environment where he needs laboratories and he needs this sort of stuff, then I would not burn the money up. And yeah, he can go out into the working world right now. And if you help him to go free, he'll be inoculated against what they're doing there. He'll be smart enough of how to voice his white positivity and stay employed, help others to find their way to going free, or at least the verbiage that he uses, and which will empower him, making it harder for his workplace to socially lynch him and bring him before those anti-white tribunals. Take that to him and let me know next time. We'll give more time to it. Thank you, K-Max McDonald. Finally, the great international puppy is with us, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much. And a cute little puppy. What kind of dog is that? You can put it in the question widget. $25. Looks like might be a golden retriever, or what is it called? One of the poodle and what's the other dog that they will mix that with? He writes here, thank you for your hard work, brother. Do you have any opinions on cosmotheism or the National Alliance? The National Alliance has, where it has converged and conformed to my morality, it's done great work. Where it becomes monomaniacal about other races of people, it's despicable. And same with the figureheads. Cosmotheism was something that Dr. Pierce attempted to create a religion At the same time, you had the competitor Klassen creating a religion, and it just doesn't work like that. They just did not understand how it works, and therefore I don't think I know, in fact, that neither can work. But I commend everybody who makes that decision to do something great for Western kind and does so in a way that conforms with my morality. Thank you so much for that. We're going to get to the calls right now. We have at least Mr. V, and we will place the call to him. Mr. V, get ready. Here it comes.
Hey, brother.
There he is. How are you doing, Mr. V?
Well, I'm feeling excellent, brother. I'm feeling that we're headed toward the right direction, even though there's a couple of anti-white characters popping up.
Right. Seems to always be happening. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to update you because there's never enough, archiving of all the predictions that have come true, and the red pill and P-way scene has imploded, and a lot of them, most of them, just overwhelming majority, were revealed as scammers, hypocrites, just the worst. And these are men who were saying things like, "Forget about saving the West, and the West is dead," and this isn't about saving Western civilization. So that whole thing is currently imploding, and those guys are charlatans, and hopefully that's going to bring more white men our way. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on that.
What are they called?
And
what is it called?
The PUAs, the pickup artists, and the red.
Yes, good.
Yes, yeah. There's been a huge issue with that. I mean, there were career criminals. There were men who were secretly married. Possible pedophiles. They took a white guy who had cerebral palsy and was paralyzed from the neck down, put him on camera, and had him say that he had 3 women on a rotation. A guy who's paralyzed from the neck down. Can anyone genuinely believe that he has 3 women? Like, just the scamming and the anti-whitism in those scenes, just absolutely just disgusting. So it's imploding, and from the inside, because they're at war with each other. They're competing. So hopefully that opens up space for us to, bring white men to white well-being. And
let's brainstorm. Let's brainstorm on that. I mean, not over the course of the rest of the show because we're running out of time, but I mean, let's maybe find some ways that we can get to these guys as this is imploding and say, this is the way to go. Because you're never going to find happiness by trying to fill the happiness with hatred of women and video games and massages and whatever else the kinds of things. Just be selfish. Just buy things for yourself. This is what I've heard. And just use women, harm them. There's never going to be happiness for you there, guys. You can be genuinely happy in service, and men have done it throughout history, have been found genuine happiness in the glory of being a champion of their people. So please continue.
You're absolutely right, brother. Yeah, there's no, and it's so funny because all of these guys are all about alpha, alpha, alpha. Yet, I mean, the hypocrisy and the kind of scammery that was going on. I mean, these were guys who were, claiming to have been with hundreds of women, and pictures come out and they're with what looks to be like individuals who are neither male nor female. Let's just put it that way. So it's just the levels of scammery and scumbaggery that is now in Western civilization, because we're ruled by anti-whites. It's unbelievable. But yeah, brother, I think the way for us to do this is to bring our men to white well-being, because someone pointed out as well in the chat once, someone who's aware of these red pill P-way spheres, that one of the common immune pathogens there is that you have more in common with non-white men than you do with white women. That's a disgusting immune pathogen, and just obviously stupid and illogical. But yeah, I believe we can bring those men to white well-being, to a community of men who are genuinely honorable, and we're attracting more women. We have the best women, and we're going to bring even more all the time. But yeah, not to get too much into that, brother. We can definitely brainstorm ways to take advantage of these situations. I also grabbed a hold of the parasitic mind. I paid for it just so that I could debunk it and deconstruct it, and I'm about a fifth of the way there.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I'm going to go all the way and get as much out of it as I can and deconstruct it and put it out there in the appropriate medium so that people can consume it and see it for what it is. It is misdirection. It's the appeals. His anti-white signaling is just off the charts, and all the anti-white precepts are accepted. He tries to divert it and to claim that this stuff comes mainly from universities. It doesn't go all the way. He uses the term inoculate. He uses mind virus, idea pathogens. He is constantly, of course, citing guys like Jordan Peterson. And what do we know about Jordan Peterson and Peterson-type poisons? Is that it's rat poison. This is the same thing. It's like I've just been consuming rat poison. Wow. But thanks to you, brother, I just instantly, I'm unfazed. It's actually strengthening me in a weird way. It's good practice, good exercise.
Wow. Well, when you're done with that, I mean, maybe I'll take your notes, whatever you make of it, or if you write something about it and then make it into a video, I'll share it. I'm so lucky. I just have to say that I'm so grateful. I'm so lucky that such insightful, intelligent, sagacious, industrious, self-starting, tenacious, good-charactered people come to Going Free. I am so grateful and so lucky for it, because we are made infinitely better by the kinds of people that we have and the quality of people that we have come to Going Free. And this will be the reason why, this kernel will be the reason why we do end up reaching those big numbers and doing such great work for our people, such good empowerment. Folks that, maybe for their lifetimes, depending on how old they are, they'll never even know where white well-being came from. They'll pass before they ever find that out. But that's fine, because it's about a spirit that lives in us, the spirit of the West, and that will live through us and live on because of our deeds. But please take the mic again, brother.
I just sent you an image that is from the public library in the city that I'm in, and that shows the amount of holds, the number of books of the Parasitic Mind by God Saad that are available in e-form and in physical form. And it's about 92 holds. That means the number of people that want to get it, and 16 copies for the ebook, and 107 holds and 12 copies for the physical book. So people want to read this. I've seen it everywhere. The diversion and the misdirection is huge. And it's like you said, brother, then what's going to happen when they hear about Go Free? They're going to think that Go Free is a copy of this.
Yep.
When this is a misdirection from Go Free.
Wow.
And it's, we have to, we got to get there. We got to show it for what it is. And every time he talks about truth, and he tries to signal about how he's all about truth, and truth is the core of the West. And he tries to divert the West's greatness into, liberalism and the pursuit of truth. Yet he dares to slander you and therefore Western kind with all of these anti-white slurs. Just a hypocrite, just disgusting. Yeah, and of course, never does the word anti-white come up, because I got the Kindle edition, so the research will be easier. Never does the word anti-white come up, but what word comes up that starts with anti? That comes up like 7 times. So it's heavily about his people as well, of course, and his experience as one of his people. So that's one thing that I'm also kind of previewing here, because they're going to come at us saying, well, that Go Free is all about race, etc. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with white well-being. And also the parasitic mind, well, that's rooted in this author's, people. He's giving the perspective from, his people's side. So there's nothing wrong with us doing the same.
Precisely. Brilliantly, courageously, magnificently done. A true champion Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, following up on it, and dissecting this, sharing it's how many people desire to get at this text, and you're concluding so far that this is a clear misdirection. He certainly is receiving the assistance of a publishing company that a family member of which funded Richard Spencer, and he is being promoted on all of the mainstream media. His people, which you say he talks about a lot about in the book, they're coming to his aid. White people are coming to his help. And yeah, you're right. If we don't get this information out there, our brothers and sisters are going to see Going Free as some fill in the anti-white slur imitation of what he did, even though you can go right on Amazon and see that I was even published on Amazon years before. This is not even talking about publishing all of those years back, the original Go Frees. So even just on Amazon, I was ahead of him. And folks, if you are interested, you can go on Amazon.com and you can type in GAD space SAAD. That's his name, Gad Saad. The book Parasitic Mind will come up. And I have written a review that is only partially finished because I haven't finished reading the book. But you will find it on his reviews. And if you read my review and you like my review, if you click that you found the review helpful, it will be presented to other people when they go and look at his book, The Parasitic Mind. And so remember, just go on to Amazon. It's a parasitical mind, Gad Saad, GAD.
The Parasitic Mind.
Parasitic Mind, SAAD. Look for my review, Jason Köhne, K-Hne. That is right down there. I've given him 1 star so far because I'm not done reading the book, and I will go back to that review. But if you find what I've had there so far helpful, make sure you click that it was helpful to you, and it will then be more likely to pop up for people when they go to look at his book. Here's the important thing, folks. A lot of people, Mr. V is pointing out here, a lot of people, Gad Saad is making hundreds of thousands of dollars. I speculate, it's a bestseller and has been there ever since he published it. It hasn't moved, and it's #1 in several categories. It's wanted at all of these libraries. We'll just put it this way. I won't give a number because maybe it's more than hundreds of thousands. Maybe it's less than 100. He's making more money than you probably think off of this book alone, and it's coming out of the pockets of white people. And as Mr. V is pointing out here, he is diverting them just like this other guy, this rat-faced, rat poison guy, Peterson, diverting them into these ideas that end up sinking them into individualism and these liberal ideas and these different verbiage. It's all just anti-white garbage. Sinking them in these ideas, once again, diverting them from something that will actually benefit them. And as a result, also reaching so many people, ending up making it look like I came after him when I've been doing this for 2 decades, working on this project. It was I'll have to look back to see the first major printing of Going Free, but it has been in publication, and we've been having successes for many, many years. And what would I be doing if Go Free were a bestseller and it for all of this time, #1 in all of these categories, and it was selling out all over the place? What would I be doing with that money? I think I have these people who claim that I'm they'll make these spurious claims, these Ant Nats and other losers. They'll make these spurious claims about grifting or something like this. In financial gifts that have come to me, there has only been a fraction of all the money I have spent out of my own pocket on serving white well-being, on Going Free, only a fraction. So this is absolute nonsense. If Going Free ended up being a #1 bestseller like Gad Saad's book, you all know that things would get a lot better for us in a hurry. So the best way that we can contend with Saad and his book, whatever it is, whatever it is, whatever his intention was. I mean, Mr. V is going to investigate it for us. Whatever it was, whatever it is, if people go to pick this book up at Amazon and they find my review, maybe they'll decide to go and check out Go Free, and they might find my review if you go over to Amazon and look for it, GADSAAD. Grab the book Parasitical Mind, look down to the reviews, and I have one there as 1 star. If you find it helpful, make sure you click it. The floor is yours again, Mr. V.
Well, and make sure to review Go Free on Amazon. That's very important. I got a review of it there, and I also liked your review of this person's book. He has a very interesting thing here that he says. He compares himself to kind of the Kavanaugh case, and he says, "I have faced similar misattribution whenever I rolled up my sleeves and gone after someone forcefully on social media, typically on Twitter. I let loose and accordingly engage in rhetorical sparring. At times that can be quite spicy, albeit nearly always in the spirit of fun jabbing. It always amazes me when some buffoon writes me to share his surprise at my belligerent disposition, after having seen how restrained, polite, and warm I appear in countless other settings." It's very interesting because he sets himself out to be such a good guy and so for truth and such a defender of truth. And seeing the way that he reacted to you on Twitter, I mean, I just feel like doing a whole video where I just go through the book and I just keep that thing that he put against you on Twitter the whole time.
Yeah.
Because it's just, yeah, every single time. It's just ridiculous. I find it so difficult to believe that these people don't know what they're doing. But anyway, brother, I've kept you for far too long. I'll just quickly ask. I've seen this person called Thomas Sowell, Sewell, who is behaving like a complete character in the anti-white narrative, doing things that are so ridiculously anti-white and going to lead to such anti-white conclusions. And I don't see people in the white sympathetic sphere saying, okay, this guy's either an idiot or he's an anti-white pretending to be, in the white sympathetic sphere. Have you heard about this guy? Because, whenever one of these clowns pops up, people mention their name all the time. But I remember before Go Free came out, and I was just scrapping, trying to find every single podcast or interview that you'd been in because I wanted to practice Go Free as much as possible, even before the book came out. And I didn't hear that many people say, hey, have you heard about Jason? Yeah. But anytime one of these clowns comes out, we hear about them. So have you heard about this clown brother? Apparently he's in Australia.
Yes, and thank you for saying this again, Mr. V. It's very meaningful that, I mean, you're speaking right to my heart, and that doesn't happen. People don't say, hey, have you heard about this Going Free stuff and the community that's over there, and really and it's spread like wildfire from one mouth to the next. No, what you have here is I might decide to do it looks like we're running out of time. I might decide to do I'll answer this. I'll finish this answer. I'll let you go now and finish it, and then we'll wrap so we don't go over. But you, brother, are welcome anytime to call, and I will always have you. You're magnificent, and such a pillar of service to white well-being. Big Promethean hails. We love you, and we'll hope that you'll be able to call in next week, maybe.
Yeah, thanks so much, brother. I'll call in next week, and by then I'll have finished the book and have my updates on all of that. So thank you so much, and thank you, brothers and sisters, and hail victory, hail our people.
Amen. All right, bye-bye, brother. That was the great Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say I have heard of this guy, and as we are closing in on the final couple minutes here, I have heard of him, and regrettably, it is another one of these scenarios where I have worked my entire life since, and Promethean hails. Mr. V says Promethean hails. I have worked my entire life since 11 years of age to to effectuate the outcome of freeing Western kind of anti-whiteism so that the spirit of the West could come through each of you, because I knew that I wasn't going to be smart enough, rich enough, good looking enough, wealthy, whatever it is, on and on, enough talents. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to be enough to be even at 11 and 12 to save Western. It's just a preposterous thought. And so I knew, though, that I could play a part in helping to free Western kind of anti-whiteism, which, unleashing the power of the West, we would be able to do anything we put our mind to. And that's what we're doing. That's the real work that we're doing, the hard work that we're doing, day after day, hour after hour, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade now, and doing it against this like hurricane level of headwind of people, white sympathetics who are implicit and explicit, a lot of explicit ones who are just coming against and going free, coming against me because it looks so different from the villain in the anti-white narrative. And that's what they really want to be. They really want to be that villain. And somebody who doesn't want to be that villain, they then attack endlessly, as I'm being endlessly attacked, as these idiots are being suffering with BIBS, like this guy over on the question widget. Isn't more than one there? Saying that Jason is and then fill in the some other group of people, so says this this person of that particular group of people. But all of a sudden, I see, despite all of this work, all of this effort and success, that's the thing, the success, this huge successes like this Tribune article, these enormous Brobdingnagian successes. And then somebody comes along like Chopstick Boy several years ago, and all of a sudden, he's like goes supernova. There's no program, there's nothing for our people. He went out and hit somebody over the head with a stick, and it broke. And for that, he was made into cartoons. Songs were made about him. And how does that benefit our people? I don't need cartoons made about me, although what's his name does a magnificent job. I don't need songs made about me, even though there's been magnificent songs and videos. We just need to go free. We need to implement the strategy that's working and continue to celebrate each other, continue to laud each other, what we're doing. And then you have this guy in Australia. Name escapes me already, but I had a brief look at him, and he is such an epitome of the villain in the anti-white narrative. It is hard to believe that it's even possible and not be just like this grotesque self-parodic nonsense. It is, he actually gets out in one video, and he in Australia is chanting 3 letters in the alphabet that come after the letter J. Who would do that? Who would do that except for somebody who wanted to be somebody else's villain? He's going out and setting fire to crosses, and people are talking about how amazing this guy is, and then they're talking about how he physically assaulted somebody and how heroic this was and glorious and everything. And I watched the video, and I've got to say, it was the most inglorious, the most reprehensible act out of a white person that I have seen who isn't just openly saying that they're anti-white. And maybe, if this guy continues, or maybe just as an example, I'll do a reaction video to it. I went through frame by frame. It is just despicable. The claim is just grotesquely comical. This is not a man of the West. He is doing everything he can to behave like the villain in the anti-white narrative. And He's getting all of the white, all of our brothers and sisters, the vagues in Australia, to think twice about whether or not they look elsewhere for leadership. And definitely they starting to pull back from the Australian government and the church in Australia and everything else. And they're looking elsewhere. And I tell you what, this guy is really making it obvious that you don't want to go to somebody who openly cares about white people, or sympathetic, who appears to be, or claims to be, because they are ignoble and they are being pushed. This guy's being pushed right now. Like, I just cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. And all because he sucker punched somebody who was being totally polite to him, who happened to be non-white. Despicable. You all are not like that whatsoever. You all are the true champions. You are the adults in the room. You are the ones who are going to make the change in the world. And it's going to be one person at a time. And it's going to be by way of love. It's going to be by way of looking inward at ourselves, curing ourselves, looking to our most victimized around us, and setting up a shield wall psychologically to protect them against the anti-whites. You're not taking down any anti-white government. You're not even taking down your local anti-white lodge or police force or deputies or whatever. You're not taking anything down. You're just going to end up in jail. You're going to end up looking like a demon. You're going to end up preventing white people from coming together in defense of our group, our well-being, in a way that is built and based in love and that doesn't harm anybody else. All you're going to do is form a bulwark to ensure that our destiny is the sanguinary pages in the anti-white narrative. And I say, no way. We're not going to let it happen. I'll do whatever it takes to stop people like this from becoming the shining examples of what it means to be a hero for the West. The heroes of the West are here. They're in the music, they're in the poetry, they're in those testimonials, they're in the songs, they're in the financial gifts, they're in the claims of success, they're in the news articles, and they're in the tears that are falling for many, even as I'm speaking right now, live and in replay. I love you all. We're never giving up. We're going free. See you all next time.